In the spring of 1912, the wealthiest man on planet Earth held a piece of paper in his hand that was worth more than the lives of 1,500 people. It was a ticket, a first-class passage for the maiden voyage of the greatest ship ever built. His name was J.P. Morgan, and he was the man who owned the Titanic. He had commissioned it. He had named it. He had a private promenade deck built exclusively for his own use. The linens were pressed, the cigars were imported, and the crew was waiting for him. But as the clock ticked toward the hour of departure, J.P. Morgan did something that history has tried to explain away as a coincidence for over 100 years. He didn't board the ship. He claimed he was ill. He claimed he was too sick to travel. But records found years later would show that 2 days after the ship sailed, he was seen in France, perfectly healthy, dining with his mistress, smoking a cigar, and waiting for the news. He didn't cancel because he was sick. He canceled because he knew something that the 1,500 souls on board did not. He knew that the ship leaving Southampton was never meant to arrive in New York. He knew that the ship was not a vessel of luxury, but a floating coffin designed to sink. This is the truth the king buried ... now ... Let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim. The chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Close your eyes and let the noise of the modern world fade away into the gray mist of the past. We are not here to rush. We are here to listen to the whispers of history that have been silenced by the ocean floor. Take a deep breath and let yourself drift back to the docks of 1912. The fog is rolling in. The gas lamps are flickering. And the story begins. To understand the magnitude of the ticket that was canceled, we must first understand the man who held it. John Pierpont Morgan was not merely a banker. In the early 20th century, he was the architect of the American economy. He was a man of imposing stature, with fierce eyes and a nose disfigured by rosacea, giving him a terrifying appearance that he used to intimidate kings and presidents alike. He did not just move money, he moved nations. And his crown jewel was the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust that he had formed to monopolize the North Atlantic. At the heart of this trust was the White Star Line, and the White Star Line had a problem. They were losing the race for speed to their rivals, Cunard. And so Morgan and his partner, Lord Perry, decided to change the rules of the game. If they could not be the fastest, they would be the biggest. They would build 3 sisters, the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. These ships were designed to be the floating palaces of the world, symbols of man's dominance over nature. But let us focus on the specific luxury that awaited J.P. Morgan on the Titanic. Because this was not just a room. It was a testament to his power. The suite booked for him was Suite B52, B54, and B56. It was situated on the B deck, the most exclusive level of the ship. Unlike other first-class cabins, which were already opulent beyond measure, Morgan's suite had a feature that no other room possessed. It had a private promenade deck, a 50-foot stretch of open air, shielded from the wind where he could walk alone, away from the prying eyes of the other millionaires. Imagine the craftsmanship that went into this space. The walls were paneled in polished mahogany and oak. The furniture was not factory-made. It was handcrafted by the finest artisans in Europe. There were electric heaters, a novelty at the time, to keep the chill of the Atlantic at bay. There were cigar holders made of silver and crystal decanters filled with the finest brandy. The bed was draped in silk damask. It was a space prepared for a king. Every detail of the suite had been overseen by Morgan himself. He had requested specific modifications. He had demanded the private deck. He had planned to transport parts of his vast art collection in the cargo hold below. The crew had already loaded his personal effects. His luggage was stamped and ready. The purser had the manifest with his name at the very top. J.P. Morgan. The date was set. April 10th, 1912. The world was watching. The press called it the Millionaire's Special. To be on that ship was to be part of history. For a man of Morgan's ego, missing this voyage was unthinkable. It was his ship. It was his triumph. It was the culmination of his industrial empire, and yet, as the date approached, a strange silence fell over the Morgan estate. Let us look closely at the timeline, for in the quiet spaces between the hours, the truth often hides. 7 days before the launch, the ship was undergoing its final sea trials. It was a massive steel leviathan, gleaming with fresh paint. But there were whispers among the dock workers. Whispers that the ship looked too familiar. Whispers about the damage to her sister ship, the Olympic, which had occurred months prior. But we will speak of the sister ship later. For now, we must stay with the man in the library. It is said that Morgan was in a foul mood in those final days. He was a man who lived by the clock, precise and unyielding. But suddenly his schedule cleared. He was in Europe, traveling through the spa towns of France. He sent a telegram to the White Star Line offices. The message was brief. He would not be sailing. The official reason given to the press was vague. Ill health, a cold, a bout of influenza that required him to rest in the warm climate of Aix-les-Bains. The public accepted this. After all, he was an older man, and the sea air in April is biting and cruel, but let us pause and look at the evidence that contradicts this fragility. 2 days after the Titanic left Southampton, while the ship was steaming toward its doom, J.P. Morgan was spotted by a reporter in France. He was not in bed. He was not coughing. He was sitting in a cafe looking entirely well. He was with his mistress. He was relaxed. There was no doctor in sight. Why would a man who built a monument to himself refuse to step inside it? There's a theory deep in the archives of conspiracy lore that suggests the cancellation was not a decision made in the moment, but a plan hatched months in advance. Consider the cargo. While Morgan's personal luggage was prepared, his most valuable art treasures, crates of statues, paintings, and rare manuscripts that were scheduled to be transported to New York were quietly removed from the manifest at the last hour. They were never loaded onto the ship. If he merely had a cold, why remove the cargo? The cargo does not get sick. The cargo does not need to rest in a French spa. The removal of the art suggests one thing: he knew the cargo would not be safe. He knew the destination was not New York. He knew the destination was the bottom of the ocean. Let the weight of that sink in. Imagine the cold calculation required to build a ship, to fill it with coal and food and wine, to staff it with 900 crew members, to sell tickets to the wealthiest families in America and the poorest immigrants of Europe. All while knowing that you will not be among them. Morgan was not the only one. This is where the story becomes even darker. It wasn't just one ticket that was canceled. As we examine the guest list of the Titanic, we find a pattern. A disturbing, quiet exodus of the elite. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and a close business associate of Morgan. He too had booked a suite. He too canceled. His excuse? His wife sprained her ankle. An inconvenience, certainly. but enough to miss the most significant social event of the decade? Perhaps. Then there was Horace Harding and George Washington Vanderbilt, names that carried the weight of gold bars. Vanderbilt had so much luggage that some of it had already been loaded onto the ship. He canceled so late that his valet didn't get the message in time and died on board. Vanderbilt lived. Why did they all stay ashore? Was there a whispered warning circulating in the high-ceilinged clubs of London and New York? A quiet word passed over a glass of scotch in a smoke-filled room? Do not board the ship. Not this time. The atmosphere in Southampton on the day of departure was electric. The crowds were cheering. The band was playing. The streamers were flying in the wind. But in the private offices of the White Star Line, there was a different atmosphere. A tense, rigid silence. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the line, did board the ship. But many historians argue he was a pawn, a man who perhaps didn't know the full extent of the plan, or perhaps was arrogant enough to think he could survive it. And he did survive it, stepping into a lifeboat while women and children remained on deck, a mark of shame that would follow him to his grave. But Morgan was nowhere near the chaos. He was safe on dry land. Let us drift deeper into the mind of J.P. Morgan to understand why he would sink his own ship. We must understand the concept of the insurance switch. The theory, which we will explore as we descend further into this night, is that the ship sailing was not the pristine Titanic, but her damaged sister, the Olympic. The Olympic had been in a collision with a warship, the Hawk. The damage was severe. The keel was bent. The structural integrity was compromised. The insurance company, Lloyd's of London, refused to pay for the repairs because the accident was deemed the Olympic's fault. Morgan was a businessman. He was looking at a financial black hole, a broken ship that couldn't sail and couldn't be insured, unless the broken ship could be disposed of, unless the broken ship could have an accident that would allow them to collect the insurance money on a brand new vessel. If this theory is true, then the ticket Morgan held was a ticket to a crime scene. The suite on B deck stood empty. The promenade deck, built for his private walks, remained silent. The crew assigned to serve him was reassigned to other passengers. One can only imagine the ghost of his presence in that room. The empty hangars. The unslept in bed, but there is another layer to this cancellation. A layer that involves not just money, but power. Absolute power. Among the passengers who did board the Titanic were three very specific men. Men of immense wealth. Men who rivaled Morgan in influence, but who opposed him in ideology. Their names were Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, and John Jacob Astor IV. John Jacob Astor was the richest man on the ship. He was a nuisance to Morgan. Why? Because in 1912, the United States was on the verge of a massive financial shift. The creation of the Federal Reserve Bank, a central bank that would privatize the money supply of America. Morgan was the driving force behind this. It was his dream. It was the key to ultimate control. But Guggenheim, Strauss, and Astor were powerful opponents of the Federal Reserve. They believed it would give too much power to the bankers. They stood in the way of the plan, and where were they on April 10th? They were walking up the gangplank of the Titanic. They were being shown to their rooms. They were settling in for the journey. Morgan stayed behind. His rivals boarded the ship. Is it a coincidence that the three most powerful men standing in the way of the Federal Reserve all died in the same icy water? On a ship owned by the man who wanted the Federal Reserve created? The cancellation of the ticket was not just a travel change. It was a tactical withdrawal. It was the general stepping back from the battlefield before the artillery began to fire. As the Titanic steamed out of the harbor, the smoke from its funnels turning the sky gray, Morgan was reportedly gazing out at the English Channel from his hotel in France. One wonders what he was thinking. Did he feel guilt? Or did he feel the cold satisfaction of a plan set in motion? The ocean is vast, and it keeps its secrets well, but the actions of men on land leave trails. The telegrams, the canceled checks, the shifted cargo. We must also consider the layout of the ship itself. Morgan's suite was located on the starboard side. When the iceberg or whatever dark object awaited them in the North Atlantic struck the ship, it struck the starboard side. The water rushed into the mail room, the cargo hold, and eventually it would have threatened the very area where Morgan would have slept. Was the route planned? Was the collision orchestrated? These are questions that drift like fog. But the fact remains, the owner was absent. Let us visualize the suite again. Suite B52. It was designed to be a sanctuary, a place of warmth. But without Morgan, it became a vacuum. Who stayed in it? Some reports say it remained empty. Others say J. Bruce Ismay took a portion of the rooms. If Ismay took the room, did he know he was sleeping in a ghost's bed? The Millionaire's captain, Edward Smith, was also a close associate of Morgan. He was planning to retire after this final voyage. It was to be his swan song. Did Captain Smith receive orders from Morgan before the ship departed? There were rumors of a meeting, a quiet dinner before the launch. What was said between the banker and the captain? Go fast, perhaps? Ignore the ice warnings? Or simply make sure you hit something? These words are lost to time. But the actions that followed suggest a reckless abandon that was uncharacteristic of a veteran captain. Speeding through an ice field at night, ignoring wireless messages. It was as if the ship was running toward its own destruction, and Morgan, he just waited. When the news finally broke, when the wireless signals of CQD and SOS stopped screaming into the void, Morgan was besieged by reporters. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, the Titanic has sunk. His reaction was not one of shock. He did not collapse. He did not weep. He simply said, "Money cannot bring back life." A true statement, but a cold one. He then retreated further into seclusion. He would die a year later. In 1930, some say he died of a broken heart, burdened by the tragedy. Others say he died because his work was finished. The Federal Reserve was established in December 1913, just months after his death. The opposition was gone. The bank was created. The world had changed. The ticket that was canceled at midnight was the first domino. Now, as we prepare to look deeper into the physical evidence of the ship itself, we must let go of the man and look at the machine. The ticket is just paper, but the steel tells a different story. The cancellation is the why. But to understand the how, we must look at the ship that was sitting in the dock next to the Titanic. The older sister, the battered sibling, the ship that had a hole in its side and a bent keel. In our next chapter, we will walk the decks of the HMS Hawk, the naval ram that smashed into the Olympic, and set the stage for the greatest insurance fraud in human history. We will count the portholes. We will look at the photographs that the White Star Line tried to destroy. The ticket was left on the desk. The man turned away, and the ship sailed into the dark. This is the end of the beginning. But the water is rising. The cancellation of the ticket was the signal. But to understand the crime, we must understand the weapon. And the weapon was not a gun nor a bomb. It was a ship that had already failed while J.P. Morgan sat in France, sipping his coffee. The Titanic sat in Southampton. But let us whisper the question that has haunted historians for a century. Was it the Titanic? Or was it a dying ship painted to look like a new one? To understand this, we must go back 6 months before the launch. September 1911. The older sister, the Olympic, was the pride of the White Star Line. She was the first. She was the favorite. But on a clear day, she collided violently with a British Royal Navy cruiser, the HMS Hawke. The impact was devastating. The Hawke was a warship designed to ram enemies. Its steel prow sliced into the Olympic like a knife through butter. It tore a massive hole in the Olympic's side, flooded 2 of her compartments, and, most critically, twisted her keel. The keel is the spine of a ship. If the spine is broken, the ship is dead. The Olympic limped back to Belfast, listing to the left. The engineers looked at the damage and shook their heads. To fix this would cost millions. It would bankrupt the company, and then came the final blow. The inquiry found the Olympic at fault for the collision. The insurance company, Lloyd's of London, refused to pay. The White Star Line was facing financial ruin. They had a broken ship that couldn't sail and couldn't be paid for unless they could swap it. Imagine the conversation in the boardroom. The smoke swirling. The desperation. On one side of the dock, you have the Olympic broken, uninsurable, a financial black hole. On the other side, sitting next to her, is the Titanic, brand new, structurally sound. And fully insured, they looked almost identical. Same size, same 4 funnels. Same black hull. The plan was audacious. It was simple. It was evil. They would switch the ships. They would patch up the Olympic just enough to float. They would paint over the nameplate Olympic and write Titanic in fresh white paint. They would take the brand new Titanic, which was still being finished, and rename her Olympic. The broken ship, now called Titanic, would be sent out to sea. It would be commanded to have an accident. Maybe hit an iceberg. Maybe suffer a fire. It didn't matter. It just had to sink. Once it sank, they could claim the full insurance value of a brand new ship. They would get their money back. And the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would sail on for decades, earning profits, safe and sound. It was the perfect crime. Except for the 1,500 people they didn't plan to save. This is why Morgan canceled. He knew he wasn't boarding the Titanic. He knew he would be boarding a floating wreck that was scheduled for demolition by nature, but how do we know? The ocean hides its dead, but it cannot hide geometry. Let us look at the portholes. The Olympic and the Titanic were sisters, but they were not twins. They had differences. The most obvious difference was on the sea deck promenade. The Olympic had narrow, open promenade windows, unevenly spaced. The Titanic, the real Titanic, was built later, and the designers decided to enclose that deck with glass to protect passengers from the spray. Photographs taken of the Titanic while it was being built show the enclosed deck. The photographs taken of the Titanic as it left Southampton on its final voyage show open, narrow windows. The ship that left the dock had the windows of the Olympic dock. Why would they tear out the glass windows of a new ship and replace them with the older style? They wouldn't. Unless the ship was the older one, there is more. The list. Survivors of the sinking recalled that the ship had a Permanent list to the port side, lean to the left from the moment it left the harbor. A brand new ship does not list, but the Olympic listed to the left ever since the crash with the HMS Hawk. The ghost of the crash was still there, hidden under fresh paint. And then there is the propeller, decades later. When the wreckage was found at the bottom of the Atlantic, deep divers and robots examined the debris field. They found a propeller. Stamped into the bronze of the propeller was a serial number, 401. The Titanic's hull number was 401. The Olympics was 400. Skeptics say, see, it says 401. It is the Titanic. But history is tricky. In the months before the sinking, the Olympic 400 needed a new propeller because of the crash. Where did they get one? They took it from the supply pile of the Titanic, 401. So finding a propeller marked 401 on the ocean floor might actually prove that the ship was the Olympic. Using her sister's spare parts to limp toward her death, J.P. Morgan knew all of this. He knew the ship was a patchwork of lies. Imagine him in that hotel in France again. The telegram arrives. The ship has gone down. He nods. He does not ask, how many died? He asks, did the plan work? But there was one variable they did not calculate. The ice. The plan historians speculate was not to kill everyone. The plan was likely to have a slow leak. A rescue ship was supposed to be nearby to pick up the passengers. The Californian, another ship owned by Morgan's Trust, was stopped in the ice field just a few miles away. It sat there with its boilers hot, doing nothing. Waiting. Was the Californian the getaway car? Was it supposed to swoop in, save the passengers, and let the Titanic sink, making Morgan a hero and a rich man? If so, the plan failed. The Titanic struck the ice too hard. It sank too fast. The Californian saw the flares but misunderstood them. The wireless operators were asleep. The rescue never came, and so the insurance fraud turned into a massacre. This is the weight of the canceled ticket. It wasn't just a man avoiding a tragedy. It was a man avoiding a murder scene he helped create. There is one final piece of evidence that suggests the ship was doomed before it ever left the dock. The fire. Few people know that when the Titanic left Southampton, it was already on fire. A coal fire had started in bunker number 6. Coal fires are dangerous. They smolder deep inside the pile, melting the steel walls of the bunker. Photographs of the ship leaving the port show a dark smudge on the hull. Right where bunker 6 was located, the fire weakened the steel. And where did the iceberg hit? Exactly at the spot of the fire. Exactly where the metal was softest. Did J.P. Morgan know the ship was burning? Of course he did. A fire on a flagship is not a secret kept from the owner. And yet he let it sail. He let 2,200 people board a burning ship. Why? Because the fire didn't matter. The ship wasn't meant to last the voyage anyway. The canceled ticket is the key. It is the smoking gun. It tells us that the hierarchy of survival was decided long before the lifeboats were lowered. If you were rich, if you were in the inner circle, if you were J.P. Morgan, you got a telegram, you got a warning. You got to stay in France and drink wine. If you were John Jacob Astor, fighting the banks, you got a first-class ticket to the bottom of the sea. If you were a stoker, a maid, or a child in steerage, you were just collateral damage and a balance sheet adjustment. J.P. Morgan died a year later. His empire grew. The Federal Reserve controls the money in your pocket today. The White Star Line collected their insurance money, $12 million. A fortune in 1912. The Olympic, the real Titanic, Perhaps sailed until 1935. It was eventually scrapped. Its beautiful panels and staircases sold off to hotels and private collectors. Pieces of the Ship of Dreams are likely sitting in English living rooms right now, disguised as ordinary wood, but the paper ticket that Morgan held, remains the symbol of the betrayal. He canceled his journey. But in doing so, he sent the world on a different course. A course steered by shadow bankers and hidden agendas. As we close the book on the ticket, we must turn our eyes to the water again. Because the ship is sinking now, the lights are flickering, and in the distance, another ship is watching. Silently. Why did the Californian not move? Why did its captain stare at the dying ship and do nothing? Was he following orders? That is a story for the next chapter. 6 months before the world wept for the Titanic, the ocean tried to destroy her sister. It was a warning that went unheeded. A violent, screeching prophecy written in steel and salt water. On a gray afternoon in September 1911, the largest ship in the world, the RMS Olympic, was not steaming toward glory. She was being hunted. A British warship, the HMS Hawke, designed to ram and sink enemy vessels, lost control of its steering. It turned its iron beak toward the luxury liner. The passengers on the deck of the Olympic looked down, not in wonder, but in horror as the warship accelerated. There was no time to turn. There was no time to pray. The sound of the collision was described as a deafening rip, like the earth itself tearing open. Rivets popped like gunshots. Steel plates the size of houses buckled and twisted. The warship buried itself deep into the side of the luxury liner, tearing a hole 40 feet wide. But the true damage was not the hole in the hull. The true damage was hidden deep inside the spine of the ship, a fatal wound that would turn a majestic vessel into a worthless pile of scrap metal. This accident created a financial black hole that could only be filled by one thing: a fraudulent insurance claim involving 1,500 human sacrifices. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim. The chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The echoes of the crash have faded into the mist of the Solent. We are safe here. We are merely observers, drifting like ghosts through the corridors of time. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath deepen. We are traveling back to a world of steam and iron, where the waves of the Atlantic hold the deepest secrets. To understand the tragedy of the Titanic, we must first fall in love with her older sister. Her name was the Olympic, and in the summer of 1911, she was the queen of the ocean. You see, the Titanic was not the first. She was the second. The Olympic was the prototype. She was the ship that launched 1,000 headlines. When she first arrived in New York, painted in her livery of black and white, people lined the docks for miles just to see her shadow pass over them. She was proof that mankind had conquered the elements. She was commanded by the most celebrated sailor in the world, Captain Edward John Smith, the millionaire's captain, a man with a white beard and a stoic gaze whom passengers trusted with their lives. Remember this name, for he was the captain of the Olympic in her glory, and he would be the captain of the Titanic in her death. But glory is fragile. Let us drift to the date of September 20th, 1911. The location is the Solent, a narrow strait of water separating the Isle of Wight from the mainland of England. It is a busy waterway, treacherous and crowded. The Olympic is beginning her 5th voyage to New York. She is fully loaded. Her coal bunkers are full. Her dining saloons are set with silver. She is moving with the confidence of a giant dot parallel to her. A much smaller, darker shape is cutting through the water. It is the HMS Hawk, a cruiser of the Royal Navy. Compared to the Olympic, the Hawk looks like a toy, but it is a dangerous toy. It is built for war. Its bow is reinforced with a solid underwater ram, designed specifically to punch holes in enemy ships. The two vessels are steaming side by side. It seems like a race. Passengers on the Olympic crowd the rails, waving handkerchiefs at the sailors on the warship. It is a scene of maritime beauty. But then, physics takes over. There is a phenomenon in hydrodynamics known as suction, or the interaction of two vessels moving in shallow water. When a ship as massive as the Olympic moves, it displaces millions of tons of water. It creates a vacuum effect along its sides. It pulls things toward it. The Olympic is moving fast. Too fast for the narrow channel. The water pressure drops between the two hulls. Suddenly, the Hawk stops, responding to its rudder. The commander of the warship fights the wheel, but the invisible hand of physics has gripped his vessel. The Hawk swings inward. It turns sharply, violently, toward the starboard quarter of the Olympic. On the bridge of the Olympic, the officers shout orders. Hard a port. But a ship that is 882 feet long does not dance. It glides with the momentum of a mountain. The impact is inevitable. Imagine the sound. It is not a thud. It is a scream of metal. The ram of the Hawk slices into the Olympic near the stern. It cuts through the steel plating. It smashes through the frames. It penetrates deep into the ship, flooding two major watertight compartments. On board, the champagne glasses on the tables tremble and fall. The passengers are thrown off balance. The vibration runs through the keel, from the stern all the way to the bow. The Olympic does not sink. She is built too well for that. But she is wounded. She limps back to the port of Southampton. The voyage is canceled. The passengers are offloaded, confused and angry. But the true horror is yet to be discovered. It is only when the ship is taken back to the dry dock in Belfast, the place of her birth, that the engineers see the reality. We must visualize the dry dock. The water is pumped out. The massive hull sits exposed on wooden blocks. The engineers, small as ants, walk underneath the belly of the Leviathan. They look up at the hole. It is massive. But that can be patched. Then they look at the keel. The keel is the backbone, and the backbone is twisted. The impact of the warship was so severe that it warped the entire longitudinal structure of the ship. The propeller shaft is misaligned. The engine mountings are stressed. In maritime terms, the ship is a constructive total loss. To fix her properly would require taking her apart and rebuilding her from the ground up. It would cost millions. Millions that the White Star Line does not have, but J.P. Morgan and Bruce Ismay are not worried yet. They have insurance. They pay huge premiums to Lloyd's of London for exactly this kind of disaster. They believe they will be reimbursed. They believe they will get a check for the full value of the ship, which they can use to fix her or build a new one. They are wrong. The courtroom was the next battlefield. And it was a battlefield the White Star Line was destined to lose. The Royal Navy is a powerful institution. In 1911, it was the most powerful institution on Earth. They were not about to admit that one of their warships rammed a civilian liner due to incompetence. They needed a defense. And their defense was the suction theory. They argued that the Olympic was moving too fast. They argued that the sheer size of the Olympic was negligent, that it sucked the Hawk into its side. Therefore, the accident was the Olympic's fault. The legal battle was fierce, but the verdict was devastating. The Admiralty Court ruled in favor of the Royal Navy. The Olympic was found 100% liable for the collision. This ruling was the death knell because the Olympic was at fault. The insurance was void. Lloyd's of London did not have to pay a single penny. Let us pause and feel the weight of this silence in the boardroom. The White Star Line is now the owner of a broken ship. A ship that cannot sail properly. A ship with a bent frame that will cause a permanent list to the left. A ship that vibrates violently at high speeds because of the warped propeller shaft, and they have zero money to fix it. The Titanic, her sister, is sitting nearby in the shipyard, still under construction. She is months away from completion. But the money to finish her is drying up because the Olympic is no longer generating revenue. The company is facing bankruptcy. J.P. Morgan's investment is about to collapse. It is in this moment of desperation that the dark idea is born. We do not know who said it first. Was it Lord Paris, the shipbuilder? Was it Bruce Ismay? Or was it a directive from Morgan himself? The idea, the swap, the two ships are almost identical. The Olympic is painted white for the camera flashes, but she will soon be painted black like her sister. They have the same dimensions, the same engines, the same layout if they patch up the Olympic cheaply, just enough to make her look new, and swap the nameplates. They could send the damaged Olympic out as the Titanic. And if that Titanic were to sink, if it were to have a fatal accident in the middle of the ocean, they would collect the insurance payout for a brand new ship. They would get rid of the broken vessel. They would keep the real, pristine Titanic, renamed Olympic, for decades of service. They would turn a financial disaster into a miraculous recovery. But to do this, they needed to make the ships look exactly the same. And this is where the informative details become chilling. Let us walk the decks of the two ships in our minds. The Olympic had a specific feature, a promenade deck on B deck that was open to the sea. The Titanic, being the newer model, was supposed to have a glass enclosure, a winter garden to protect the rich from the cold. But when the Titanic set sail on April 10, 1912, photographs show that the B-deck promenade was open. It looked exactly like the Olympic. Why would the shipbuilders undo their own improvement? Why would they take a more advanced design and revert it to the older style? Unless, of course, they didn't change the design. Unless the ship sailing was the older ship. And what about the floors? In the Olympic, the floors of the first-class dining room were tiled with linoleum. In the Titanic, they were supposed to be carpeted with thick Axminster wool. Yet, survivors of the Titanic sinking described the sound of footsteps clicking on the floor. You do not click on carpet. You click on linoleum. The clues were everywhere. But the eyes of the world were blinded by the spectacle. We must also look at the men who knew. The workers. The Irish shipbuilders of Harland and Wolff in Belfast. Belfast is a city of rumors. And in 1911 and 1912, the rumors were loud. Workers claimed they were told to switch the nameplates on the lifeboats. They claimed they were told to swap the linen and the china. There is a story, passed down through generations of Belfast families, of a coal trimmer who refused to sail on the Titanic. When asked why, he whispered, "That's not the new ship. That's the old cripple. And she's not coming back." Imagine the moral burden on these men. They needed their jobs. If they spoke out, they would be fired, blacklisted, perhaps even killed. Silence was the price of survival. So they painted over the names. They polished the brass. They helped disguise the cripple as the queen, but the Olympic. Now, playing the role of the Titanic carried her scars with her. Remember the list? The lean to the left? When the Titanic was docked in Southampton, waiting to depart, it was listing to port. The crew had to shift coal and cargo to the starboard side to try and balance it out. A brand new ship, fresh from the yard, should be perfectly balanced. A ship with a twisted keel from a collision with a warship would lean. The ship was leaning before the passengers even walked up the gangway, and Captain Smith, he knew he had been on the bridge when the Hawk hit the Olympic. He felt the impact. He saw the damage. And now he was standing on the bridge of the Titanic. Feeling that same familiar list under his feet, did he agree to the plan? Was he told that it would be a controlled sinking? That they would dump the passengers onto a rescue ship and then let the vessel go down? Captain Smith was retiring. This was his final voyage. Perhaps he was offered a golden handshake, a legacy secured for his family. Or perhaps he was threatened. Whatever the reason, he took the command. He took the broken ship out into the Atlantic as the coast of Ireland faded from view. The ship accelerated. And here lies another mystery rooted in the crash of the Hawk. The Titanic was pushed to full speed. 22 knots. Why? The official story is that they were trying to beat a record. But the Olympic-class ships were not built for speed. They were built for luxury. They could never beat the speed record held by the maritime, so why rush? If the ship was indeed the damaged Olympic, the vibration at high speed would have been terrifying. The patch on the hull, the place where the Hawk had hit, was a weak point. The more stress they put on the hull, the more likely it was to fail, unless. The plan was to stress the hull. Some theorists believe that the collision with the iceberg was not the primary plan. They believe the plan was for the patch to fail, for the water to rush in through the old wound. It would look like an accident. Oh, she hit a submerged log, or a plate buckled. But the ice field provided a convenient opportunity. Or perhaps a fatal complication. Let us return to the propeller. The silent witness at the bottom of the sea in the 1980s. When Robert Ballard discovered the wreck, the world cheered. But as cameras swept over the debris field, they found the starboard propeller sticking out of the mud. The camera zoomed in. The bronze was not corroded. The number was clear, 4-0-1. The defenders of history breathed a sigh of relief. 401 is the Titanic's number. The theory is debunked. But let us look closer. Let us be the forensic investigators of history. When the Olympic was damaged by the Hawk, her propeller shaft was twisted. She needed a new propeller immediately to get back into service before the switch was fully decided. Where was the only place to get a propeller of that size? From the Titanic, which was sitting in the dry dock next to her, they took the Titanic's propeller 401 and bolted it onto the Olympic 400. So, if the ship at the bottom of the ocean has propeller 401, it does not prove it is the Titanic. It proves it is the ship that needed the replacement part. It proves it is the Olympic. The evidence is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways, and what of the Olympic? The ship that survived? She sailed for another 20 years. She was nicknamed Old Reliable. She served in World War I. She carried soldiers. She sank a German submarine. She was unsinkable, but in 1935 she was retired. She was sent to the scrapyard in Jarrow, Scotland. As the workers stripped the panels from the walls, they found something strange. Underneath the paint on the hull, faintly visible in the steel, were the letters of the name that had been chipped away, Some workers claim they saw the ghostly outline of the letters Titanic on the hull of the ship being scrapped. If true, it means the Titanic lived. It means the pristine ship sailed for decades, carrying thousands of passengers who never knew they were walking on the decks of a ghost. And the broken sister, the Olympica, lies 2.5 miles down, rusting in the dark, holding the bodies of those who died for an insurance claim. The crash of the HMS Hawk was not just an accident. It was the first domino. It was the moment the timeline split. Without that crash, there is no damage. Without damage, there is no financial ruin. Without ruin, there is no motive. Without motive, there is no switch dot if the Hawk had steered just 1 degree to the left. 1,500 people might have lived. The water in the Solent is calm today. Ferries cross back and forth, unaware of the violence that happened in those waters over a century ago. The steel has dissolved. The men are dead, but the paper trail remains. We have spoken of the crash. We have spoken of the switch. But a crime of this magnitude requires protection. It requires a guarantee that even if the ship sinks, the owners will not lose. It requires a policy. In the archives of Lloyd's of London, there is a document. A document signed just days before the voyage. A document that increased the insurance value of the ship significantly. Why would you increase the insurance on a ship that you know is entering an ice field? In our next chapter, we will open the safe. We will look at the numbers. We will trace the money. Because while ships may sink, gold never disappears. The impossible insurance policy is the next key to the door. 5 days. That is all the time that separated the signature from the sailing. 5 days before the Titanic left the dock, a document was signed in a smoke-filled room in London that turned the ship from a vessel of transportation into a vessel of profit. But this profit could only be realized if the ship never returned. History tells us that J.P. Morgan was a banker, a man who understood the value of risk. But the document signed in April 1912 was not a risk. It was a guarantee. The insurance policy on the Titanic was quietly, significantly increased. The terms were altered. The payout for a total loss was raised to a sum that exceeded the actual value of the ship itself. Think about that. The ship was worth more at the bottom of the Atlantic than it was floating on the surface. If it sailed and arrived in New York, the White Star Line would make a few $1,000s in ticket sales. But if it sank, if it disappeared into the dark water, they would make millions. They were betting against their own creation. They were gambling with the lives of women and children, and they rigged the game so they couldn't lose. The ice did not sink the Titanic. The greed of men who signed a paper worth $12 million sank the Titanic. This is the truth the king buried, now, Let the anger fade. Let the noise of the city dissolve into the mist. We are stepping into the quiet library of the past. The fire is crackling in the hearth. The heavy velvet curtains are drawn against the night. The air smells of old leather, sealing wax, and the dust of forgotten ledgers. You are safe here. We are merely observers, turning the pages of a book that has been closed for a century. Relax your eyes. Relax your mind. Let us travel to London, to the heart of the financial world, where the ink is still wet on the page. To understand why a ship had to die, we must understand the nature of money in 1912. We must walk down the cobblestone streets of London, past the Bank of England, to a building that housed the arbiters of maritime fate, Lloyd's of London. Lloyd's is not a bank. It is a market where risk is bought and sold, In the early 20th century, it was a place of wood paneling and brass bells. The most famous object in the room was the luting bell. It was rung once for a ship that was lost, and twice for a ship that arrived safely. In the spring of 1912, the White Star Line was in a desperate position. As we whispered about in the previous chapter, they were holding a broken card, the Olympic. The collision with the HMS Hawk had left them with a ship that was structurally ruined and legally uninsurable for the damage caused. They were bleeding money. The Titanic, or the ship they called the Titanic, was their last hope. But a ship is an asset. And like a warehouse or a factory, it must be insured. Usually, shipping companies insure their vessels for slightly less than their full value. This is standard practice. It ensures that the owner has an incentive to keep the ship safe. If you insure a house for double its value, you might be tempted to leave a candle burning near the curtains. So, let us look at the policy for the Titanic. In the weeks leading up to the maiden voyage, there was a flurry of activity between the White Star Line offices and the underwriters at Lloyd's. The coverage for the hull and machinery was negotiated. The final figure agreed upon was $5 million in 1912 currency. In today's money, that is over $130 million. But here is the detail that keeps historians awake at night. The policy contained a specific clause regarding constructive total loss. This means that if the ship was damaged but could be fixed, the insurance company would pay for repairs. But if the ship was lost completely, if it sank, or was damaged beyond all repair, the company would pay the full face value of the policy. Immediate cash. No questions asked. Now, consider the swap. If the ship sailing was truly the Titanic, the brand new, perfect ship, then $5 million was a fair price. It cost about $7.5 million to build. So, sinking the real Titanic would actually be a small financial loss. It wouldn't make sense to sink the new ship. But if the ship sailing was the Olympic, the math changes instantly. The Olympic in its damaged state was effectively worthless. It couldn't be sold. It couldn't be insured for its existing damage. It was a liability. Its value was practically zero. Perhaps just the price of the scrap metal. So, if you take a ship worth $0, disguise it as a ship worth $7 million and insure it for $5 million, and then you sink it. You have just turned a pile of broken steel into $5 million of pure liquid gold. It is the oldest fraud in the book. It is the burning down the failing restaurant scam, but played out on the grandest stage in human history. With an iceberg as the match, let us sit with that thought for a moment. The cold calculation. J.P. Morgan was a man of numbers. He did not act on emotion. He acted on the balance sheet. The balance sheet said, the Olympic is a loss. The Titanic is an asset. How do we liquidate the loss? We send it to the bottom of the ocean. But the policy had a timeline. It was effective from the moment the ship raised its anchor. There are rumors, hushed conversations recorded in the diaries of Wall Street clerks that Morgan and his associates increased their liquidity in the days before the sinking. They moved money. They prepared for a sudden influx of cash. And what of the underwriters at Lloyd's? Did they suspect? Lloyd's is a place of gossip. The underwriters knew about the crash of the HMS Hawk. They knew the Olympic was in bad shape. But the White Star Line was a powerful client. Morgan was a powerful man. To question his integrity was to question the foundation of capitalism itself. So, they signed. They dipped their quill pens into the inkwells, scratched their signatures onto the parchment, and sealed the fate of the vessel. Imagine the sound of that pen scratching, Sick rich scratch . A sound softer than a whisper, yet louder than the scream of the steam whistle. That signature was the death warrant for the third-class passengers trapped behind the gates. As the ship sailed. The policy was locked in a safe in London, but there is another financial aspect to this story. One that involves the cargo. We spoke of J.P. Morgan removing his art collection. But what was left on board? The manifest of the Titanic is a strange document. It lists standard items, machinery, wool, feathers, books, but it also lists items of incredibly high declared value. There was a jeweled copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, encrusted with over 1,000 precious stones. It was priceless. It was in the cargo hold. There were bearer bonds, stocks, gold, or were there? Insurance fraud often works in two layers. First, you insure the vessel. Second, you insure the cargo. If the ship sinks, you claim for the ship. But you also claim for the diamonds, the gold, the art. But what if the diamonds were never on board? What if the crates marked bullion were filled with lead? What if the Rubaiyat was a replica? If the ship lies at the bottom of the ocean, 2 miles down, who can check? Who can dive down and open the safe? In 1912, the bottom of the Atlantic was as accessible as the surface of the moon. It was the perfect hiding place. By claiming insurance on non-existent cargo, the profits would multiply even further. Let us visualize the loading of the ship in Southampton. The cranes lifting the heavy crates, the nets swinging over the open hatch, the workers sweating in the cold April air. Did they feel the weight? Did a crate feel too light for gold? Did a box feel too heavy for feathers? We will never know. The men who loaded the cargo are gone. The cargo itself is rotting in the dark, but the money. The money arrived on schedule. Within 30 days of the sinking, the claim was processed. The White Star Line received their payout. Think about the speed of that transaction. Today, if you crash your car, the insurance company investigates for months. They check the brakes. They interview witnesses. They look for fraud. When the Titanic sank, the biggest maritime disaster in history, the check was written almost immediately. Why? Perhaps because the investigation would have been too dangerous. If Lloyd's had sent investigators to interview the crew, if they had asked the surviving firemen about the coal fire, if they had asked the surviving officers about the lack of binoculars, if they had asked the shipyard workers about the propeller, the entire house of cards would have collapsed. It was better to pay. It was better to pay the $5 million, ring the looting bell once, and close the book. The British government wanted to protect the reputation of its shipping industry. J.P. Morgan wanted his money. The press wanted a hero story about the band playing Nearer My God to Thee. Everyone got what they wanted. Except the dead. The impossible policy was not impossible because of the amount. It was impossible because of the context. No sane actuary would insure a burning, broken ship for full value unless the fix was in, and J.P. Morgan was many things. But he was not insane. Let us look at the stock market reaction. In the days following the disaster. Shares of the International Mercantile Marine Company, Morgan's Trust, took a hit. Naturally, they had lost a flagship, but they didn't collapse. They rebounded. Why? Because the cash injection from the insurance stabilized the balance sheet. The debt of the Olympic accident was wiped clean. The company was solvent again. It is a chilling thought. The Titanic was worth more dead than alive. As you lie there. In the safety of your bed, imagine the concept of value. What is the value of a human? Life? In 1912, the families of the lost crew members, the firemen, The stewards were given a few pounds in compensation. The musicians' families were actually billed for the cost of their uniforms. Compare that to the $5 million paid for the steel hull. The steel was insured. The people were not. This disparity is the heartbeat of the conspiracy. It tells us that the event was not a tragedy of nature, but a calculation of industry. If the intention was simply to travel to New York, why the specific changes to the policy clauses? Why the removal of the subrogation rights in certain drafts? Subrogation is the right of the insurance company to take ownership of the wreck after paying the claim. Usually, if an insurance company pays for a sunken ship, they own the wreck. If any gold is found later, it belongs to them, but the White Star Line fought to keep control of the site rights. Why? Did they fear that one day technology would advance? Did they fear that one day we would be able to go down there? If Lloyd's owned the wreck, they might send divers. They might find the name Olympic on the hull by keeping the rights. The White Star Line ensured that no one could legally touch the grave without their permission. They bought silence. They bought the darkness of the deep dot. It is a silence that lasted for 73 years, until Robert Ballard's lights cut through the gloom in 1985. And even then, the first thing Ballard noted was not the grandeur, but the devastation. But let us return to 1912, the week of the departure. The policy is signed. The money is ready. The ship is swapped. The captain is briefed. The owner is in France. All the pieces are on the chessboard. The only thing missing is the execution. The ship must sink, but it must sink in deep water. It cannot sink in the harbor. It cannot sink in shallow water where divers could inspect the damage. It must be the Atlantic. The deep abyssal plain. This required navigation. The course of the Titanic was plotted. It was a southern track, known for ice, but also known for depth. Was the ice the intended weapon? Or was it something else? Remember the fire in Bunker 6? Insurance policies often have clauses about seaworthiness. If a ship sails knowing it has a fire, the insurance is usually void. This is a crucial detail. If Lloyd's knew about the coal fire, they wouldn't have to pay. So the fire had to be kept secret. The stokers were ordered to keep their mouths shut. The Titanic sailed with a burning heart, and the insurance agents in London slept soundly, unaware they had insured a bomb. J.P. Morgan knew. He played the insurance company just as he played the stock market. He leveraged information asymmetry. He knew what they did in single quotes T. And when the telegram came sinking, he didn't see a tragedy. He saw a transaction completing. The money, the gold, the paper. It all fades when the water rushes in, but the legacy of that insurance policy is still with us. It changed maritime law. It changed how we view risk. Think of the Olympic. The sister who lived because the fraud was successful. If we believe the theory, the Olympic was saved. The company survived. The Olympic sailed through the First World War. She carried thousands of troops. She was painted in dazzle camouflage geometric shapes of black and white to confuse enemy submarines. Is it not ironic? The ship that was a disguise wore a disguise. She survived torpedo attacks. She survived waves. She was the old reliable. But every time she docked, every time she collected a fare, she was generating profit on a stolen identity. She was the ghost living in the body of the survivor, and the insurance money from the Titanic paid for her coal. It paid for her crew. It paid for the champagne served in her dining room. Every glass raised on the Olympic from 1912 to 1935. was paid for by the drowning of the Titanic passengers. It is a heavy thought, a thought that pulls us down, deeper into relaxation, deeper into the comfort of knowing that the truth eventually rises. The paper signed in London has turned to dust. The men who signed it are dust. The money has been spent, inherited, squandered, and forgotten, but the ship remains. The wreck is the only receipt that matters. And as we prepare to look even closer at the wreck in our next chapter, we must consider the windows to the soul of the ship. The portholes, the insurance policy covered the hull, but the hull tells the story. We have spoken of the swap. We have spoken of the money. But is there mathematical proof? Is there a number, a count, a physical reality that no insurance agent could hide? Yes, there is a pattern of windows, a pattern of 16 as you drift towards sleep. Imagine a row of windows on the side of a great black ship. Count them with me in your mind. 1 2 3 The Olympic had 16 portholes in a specific section. The Titanic had 14 when the ship left the dock. Photographs show 16. When the wreck was found, the mud covered the windows. But the sonar sees through the mud. In our next chapter, we will count the portholes together. We will use the cold, hard logic of mathematics to prove what the insurance policy tried to hide. The numbers do not lie. The money lied, the nameplate lied, but the steel tells the truth. Rest now. The ocean is calm. The insurance is paid. The secret is safe for tonight. But tomorrow we count the windows. Good night. They say that the camera never lies, but history often refuses to look at the photograph. For over 100 years, the world has believed that the ship resting at the bottom of the Atlantic is the RMS Titanic. We have wept for it. We have built museums for it. But there is a flaw in the story that cannot be erased by emotion. It is a flaw made of steel and glass. It is a flaw of simple arithmetic. The Titanic and her sister ship, the Olympic, were nearly identical, but they were not twins. They had different fingerprints. And the most distinct fingerprint was on the sea deck hull. The Titanic was built with 14 evenly spaced portholes. The Olympic was built with 16 unevenly spaced portholes. It is a physical fact. It is in the blueprints. It is in the construction records. But when you look at the photographs of the ship that left Southampton on its final voyage, the ship we call the Titanic, you do not count 14. You count 16. The windows are uneven. The spacing is wrong. The ship that sailed had the face of the Olympic. Mathematics does not hallucinate. Steel does not morph. The ship was swapped and the proof was staring us in the face the entire time. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let the numbers float away for a moment. Let the tension of the proof dissolve into the soft, gray fog of the past. We are not here to argue. We are here to witness. The library is quiet. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. You are safe in this chair. The world outside is asleep. All that exists is the rhythm of the ocean and the slow turning of the pages. Close your eyes and let your mind drift back to the shipyard. Smell the salt air. Hear the distant clang of a hammer against iron. We are going to count the windows. Together, slowly, calmly, to understand the truth. We must first build the ships in our minds. Imagine the Belfast shipyard in the early 20th century. It is a cathedral of industry. Smoke, steam, and the raw energy of creation. Here, side by side, stood two giants. The Olympic and the Titanic. To the untrained eye, they were reflections of each other. Both had four massive funnels. Both were painted in the signature black and white of the White Star Line. Both were the largest moving objects, made by human hands, but to the naval architect, they were different. The Olympic was the firstborn. When she was launched, she was the experiment. As she sailed, the designers noticed small things they wanted to change for the second ship, the Titanic. One of these changes was on sea deck is a long stretch of the ship's hull. On the Olympic, the forward part of this deck was fitted with portholes round windows that allowed light into the crew's galley and the third-class areas. On the Olympic, there were 16 of them, and they were not perfectly spaced. The gaps between them were irregular. Some were close together, some were further apart. This was because of the steel frames inside the ship. The windows had to fit between the ribs of the beast. Now, visualize the Titanic. When they built the Titanic, they changed the internal layout slightly. They improved the ventilation. They changed the size of the rooms behind the steel. And so the window arrangement changed. On the Titanic, the blueprints clearly show 14 portholes, and they were spaced evenly. It was a cleaner, more symmetrical look. 14 windows. Even spacing. This is the fingerprint. 16 uneven. 14 even. It is as unique as a scar. Now, let us walk through the timeline of photographs. We have photos of the Olympic being launched. We count the windows. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 16. We see the uneven gaps. This is confirmed. This is the Olympic. We have photos of the Titanic while she was under construction. The hull is unpainted. The workers are hanging from ropes. We count the holes cut into the steel. 1, 2, 14. Evenly spaced. This is confirmed. This is the real Titanic. But then we come to the moment of the switch. March 1912. The Olympic is back in the yard for repairs after the collision with the Hawk. The Titanic is being fitted out next to her. This is where the magic trick happens. The theory tells us that the ships were swapped. The damaged Olympic took the place of the new Titanic. So, when the Titanic arrived in Southampton for her maiden voyage in April, she should have had 14 evenly spaced portholes, but let us look at the footage. There's a famous newsreel. The ship is leaving the dock. The tugboats are pulling her. The crowds are cheering. The camera pans along the side of the hull, freeze the frame. Let us count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 portholes. Unevenly spaced. It is impossible for the Titanic to grow 2 extra windows and change the spacing of her steel frames in a matter of weeks. It is physically impossible. Unless. The ship in the footage is not the Titanic. Unless the ship in the footage is the Olympic, wearing her sister's name. Imagine the painters. It is a cold morning in Belfast. The mist is thick. The foreman calls a group of men to the dry dock. They are tired. Their hands are stained with lead paint. They are given a bucket of black paint and a bucket of white paint. They are told to paint over the name Olympic on the bow of the older ship. They watch as the letters disappear under the black gloss. OOI and PIC gone. Then they are told to paint a new name. T-I-T-A-N-I-C. Did they notice the windows? Did they notice that they were painting the name of the new ship onto the body of the old ship? Perhaps, but a porthole is just a window to a painter. They paint around it. They do not ask questions. They do not measure the distance between the glass, but the camera captured it. The camera captured the 16 eyes of the Olympics staring out at the world. Disguised as the 14 eyes of the Titanic. Why did no one notice then? Because the world was blinded by the size. They were looking at the funnels. They were looking at the grandeur. They were not counting rivets. They were not measuring gaps. It is a phenomenon of psychology. We see what we expect to see. The ticket said Titanic. The newspaper said Titanic. The captain said Titanic. So the people saw the Titanic, but the steel remained honest. Let us drift deeper into the evidence. The portholes are the most famous proof, but they are not the only one. Let your mind float up one level. From C deck to B deck. B deck was the level of the millionaires. This was where the suites were. This was where J.P. Morgan was supposed to sleep. On the Olympic, this deck was open. It was a promenade. You could walk outside, feel the wind, smell the ocean. It had large, open windows that looked like a train station platform. But the designers found that the North Atlantic was too cold for an open deck. The spray would soak the millionaires. So, for the Titanic, they changed the design. The blueprints for the Titanic show a screen of glass. The promenade was supposed to be enclosed. Smaller windows, protected, warm. This was a major selling point. The Titanic, now with an enclosed promenade. But look at the ship that sailed. Look at the photographs of the Titanic leaving Queenstown, Ireland. Look at the B deck. Is it enclosed? Or is it open? In many sections, the spacing of the windows on B deck matches the Olympic exactly. The viceroys of India, windows a specific style of narrow window, were present on the Olympic. They were not supposed to be on the Titanic. Yet there they are. The ship is wearing the wrong clothes. It is like seeing a friend who claims to have bought a new coat, but you recognize the patch on the elbow from their old one. The Titanic was wearing the Olympic's old coat, and then there is the matter of the bulkheads. The Olympic was white. The Titanic was black during construction. The hull was black. But photographs of the Titanic being finished show a strange patchwork of colors on the hull. Dark patches, light patches. Was this the result of a hasty paint job? Imagine the rush. The swap had to happen quickly. They had only a few weeks to transfer the linen, the china, the lifeboats, and they had to transfer the spirit of the ship. Sailors are superstitious. Every ship has a feel, a vibration. The Olympic had a specific vibration because of her engines. The Titanic was supposed to be smoother. Survivors who had sailed on the Olympic and then boarded the Titanic remarked that the ship felt familiar, too familiar. They knew the way to the restrooms. They knew the creak of the floorboards because they had been there before. But let us return to the numbers. The 16 portholes, why is this specific number so important? Why do we focus on C deck? Because C deck is structural. You cannot change C deck easily. To change the number of portholes from 16 to 14, you would have to cut out massive sections of steel plating. You would have to rivet the hull. You would have to move the internal walls of the crew cabins. This is a job that takes months. It is loud. It is visible. There is no record of this work being done. There is no invoice for hull modification. There is no photograph of workers cutting the steel. So, if the work was not done and the ship sailed with 16 portholes, then the ship must be the Olympic. There is no other logical conclusion. Logic is calm. Logic is restful. It does not panic. It simply aligns the facts. 1 + 1 = 2, 16 portholes equals. The Olympic dot, let this truth settle in your mind like a stone settling on the ocean floor. It is heavy, but it is stable dot now. You might ask ... If the photos exist, why didn't the inquiry see them? The inquiry into the sinking was a theater. It was a show put on by the British government and the Board of Trade. They did not want to find a conspiracy. They wanted to find a scapegoat. They blamed the ice. They blamed the captain. They did not look at the windows, but the White Star Line knew dot in the years after the sinking. The White Star Line released promotional materials, postcards, brochures dot, and in these brochures, they often used photographs of the Olympic to represent the Titanic. Historians say, oh, they just used the Olympic photos because they didn't have many of the Titanic. But perhaps they used the Olympic photos because they were the Titanic photos. Perhaps there was no difference to hide anymore, and what of the wreck? When Bob Ballard found the ship in 1985, the mud was thick. The corrosion was heavy. Rustical stalactites of rust hung from the steel dot. It is hard to count portholes in the dark. Under 2 miles of water, covered in a century of decay, but recent sonar scans, which strip away the water and the rust digitally, have revealed the hull in ghost-like detail, and the counters, the people who obsess over every inch of the ship ... They still point to the spacing. The pattern of the windows on the wreck matches the pattern of the Olympic . The ship at the bottom of the sea is the older sister. She died in her younger sister's place. It is a tragedy of identity. The Titanic, the real Titanic, lived a long life. She sailed until 1935. She was scrapped. She was forgotten. She never had a maiden voyage. She never hit an iceberg. She was simply the vessel that carried the lie. Let us imagine the soul of a ship. Does a ship know its name? When the Olympic was repainted, when the letters Titia and IC were painted onto her bow, did she feel the deception? She was a broken ship. Remember the crash of the Hawk? Her keel was twisted. She listed to port ... as she sailed out of Southampton, listing to the left. She was carrying a secret that was heavier than her cargo ... The passengers remarked on the smell of fresh paint. She looks brand new. They said ... fresh paint hides many sins. Fresh paint covers the scars of a collision. Fresh paint covers the fatigue of the steel. The passengers walked along sea deck. They looked out of those 16 portholes. They watched the coast of England fade away. They did not know that they were looking through the eyes of a ghost, and the crew, the firemen deep in the belly of the ship ... They knew something else was wrong. This brings us to the bridge of our story. The connection between the visible hull and the invisible danger inside. While the passengers were admiring the fresh paint and the new ship, something was happening below the waterline. Something that J.P. Morgan knew. Something that the insurance adjusters ignored. There was a fire, not a metaphorical fire. A real fire. In the coal bunkers of the ship, specifically bunker number 6. A fire had been burning since before the ship left Belfast. Coal fires are notoriously difficult to put out. You cannot just spray water on them. You have to dig the burning coal out and feed it into the furnaces. The fire in Bunker 6 was raging against the steel hull. It was heating the metal until it glowed cherry red. Now, combine the knowledge we have. We have a ship that is already structurally compromised, the Olympic. We have a ship that has been swapped to commit insurance fraud. And now, we have a ship that is burning from the inside out. The fire weakened the steel, and where was the fire located? On the starboard side. Toward the bow. And where did the iceberg strike? On the starboard side. Toward the bow. The ice didn't just hit a random spot. It hit the exact spot where the fire had been melting the strength of the ship for days. It hit the bruise. Was it a coincidence? Or was the ship steered to present its weakest point to the blow? The 16 portholes tell us which ship it was. The fire tells us why it sank so fast. The mathematical proof of the windows is the key that unlocks the door. Once you accept that the windows were wrong, you must accept that the ship was swapped. Once you accept the swap, you must accept the fraud. Once you accept the fraud, the sinking is no longer an accident. It is a demolition. The numbers float in the dark. 16 14 The paint peels away in the salt water. The nameplate falls into the mud, but the truth remains. The Olympic rests in the deep, her 16 eyes closed forever. The Titanic, the real one, has vanished into the scrapyards of history. We have counted the windows. We have seen the proof, but as the fire burns in the bunker, we must ask ourselves, how long did they know? Did the captain know he was standing on top of a furnace? Did the stokers know they were shoveling coal into a bomb? In our next chapter, we will descend into the heat. We will open the heavy iron door of bunker number 6. We will see the flames that were hidden from the first-class passengers, the fire that started the end. Rest now. The math is done. The counting is over. Let the darkness cover the hull. Good night. While the passengers in first class were drinking champagne and dancing to the waltzes of the orchestra, they were standing on top of a volcano. For 3 weeks before the Titanic ever hit the iceberg, a secret fire had been raging deep inside her belly. This was not a small flame. It was a massive, uncontrollable inferno burning inside the main coal bunker. Number 6, the heat was so intense that it was warping the steel bulkheads, turning the ship's structural spine into soft, pliable metal. The captain knew. The owner knew. But the passengers were kept in the dark. They were told the ship was unsinkable, yet it was already destroying itself from the inside out before it even left the harbor. When the iceberg struck, it didn't just hit a random spot on the hull. It struck the exact square foot of steel that had been cooking at 1,000 degrees for days. The ship didn't sink solely because of ice. It sank because the ice punched a hole through a bruise that had been hidden by a layer of black paint and a wall of silence. The water rushed in, not just to drown them, but to extinguish the evidence of a criminal negligence that cost 1,500 souls. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let the heat fade. Let the roar of the fire turn into the crackle of a warm hearth. We are safe here. The danger is in the past, locked away in the archives of history. The room around you is still. The air is cool. We are going to descend slowly. Down from the moonlight. Down through the decks. Down into the heart of the great machine. Close your eyes. Breathe in the silence. We are traveling back to the shadows of the boiler room. To understand the tragedy, we must understand the beast. The Titanic was not just a hotel. It was a steam engine. A creature of coal and water. Deep in the bowels of the ship, far below the chandeliers and the silk sheets, lived the Black Gang. These were the stokers, the firemen. Men whose faces were permanently stained with coal dust. Men who worked in a world of shadows and orange light. The ship had 29 massive boilers. To feed them, the Titanic carried 6,000 tons of coal. Mountains of black rock, but coal is a dangerous cargo. It is not dead stone. It is ancient compressed energy. And under the right conditions, it can wake up. It is a phenomenon known as spontaneous combustion. When coal is piled high, deep inside a damp ship, it can begin to heat up on its own. Chemical reactions occur in the dark. The temperature rises, and if the heat cannot escape, the coal ignites. This is what happened in bunker number 6. Bunker number 6 was a massive storage compartment on the starboard side of the ship. It was 3 decks high. It held hundreds of tons of fuel. And it was burning before the ship even left Belfast. Imagine the scene. The ship is still in the dry dock. The paint is fresh. The press is taking photographs. But down below, the stokers are smelling something acrid. A sulfurous, stinging scent that cuts through the salt air. They touch the steel wall of the bunker. It is warm. They report it to the officers. Sir, bunker 6 is hot. The officers know what this means. It means there is a fire deep in the center of the coal pile. You cannot put it out with water. If you spray water on a coal fire, it creates steam, which can cause an explosion. It creates hydrogen gas. The only way to put out a coal fire is to dig it out. You have to shovel the burning coal into the furnaces and burn it away. But there were hundreds of tons of coal on top of the fire. So they made a decision. A decision based on the calendar. The maiden voyage was scheduled for April 10th. Tickets were sold. The world was watching. J.P. Morgan or his representatives would not allow a delay. To empty the bunker would take days. It would mean delaying the launch. It would look like failure. So they decided to sail with the fire. They ordered the stokers to work harder. Dig it out while we sail, they said. Feed the furnaces with the burning coal. We will use the fire to speed us up. And so the Titanic left Southampton with a furnace burning in her pocket. There is a photograph. A haunting image taken on the day of departure. If you look closely at the hull of the Titanic, near the waterline on the starboard side, you can see a mark. A long, dark smudge. It looks like a shadow, but the sun is shining from the other direction. For decades, historians ignored it. They thought it was a flaw in the film, but modern analysis has revealed the truth. That dark smudge is heat damage. The fire inside Bunker 6 was so intense that it was scorching the paint on the outside of the ship. The steel was cooking. Steel is strong. But steel has a weakness: heat. When steel is heated to high temperatures 600, 700, 1,000 degrees, it loses its temper. It becomes brittle. Its molecular structure changes. It loses its elasticity. Normally, if a ship hits an iceberg, the steel hull should bend. It should dent. It should absorb the impact. But if the steel has been baked in a fire for 3 weeks, it does not bend. It shatters. It cracks like glass. The fire in Bunker 6 was located exactly where the iceberg hit. Coincidence? Or was it a fatal alignment of physics and negligence? The smudge on the hull marks the spot of the wound. It was a target painted by the fire, waiting for the ice arrow. Let us go down there. Down to the stokehold, the air is thick with dust. The heat is oppressive. It is 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, but near the bunker it is unbearable. The men are stripped to their waists. Their skin shines with sweat and soot. They are shoveling rhythmically. Scrape, throw, scrape, throw. They are not just feeding the engines. They are fighting the mountain. They are trying to reach the heart of the fire. The wall of Bunker 6 is glowing red in spots. The foreman shouts orders. Keep digging. Don't stop. They wet the coal down, creating clouds of steam that hiss and burn their lungs, and on the other side of that glowing wall, The watertight bulkhead. The bulkhead is the safety wall. It is designed to stop water from flooding the ship. If the ship hits something, the bulkhead seals off the compartment, but the fire was warping the bulkhead. Witnesses, the few surviving firemen, later testified that the metal was rubbery. It was distorted. It looked like a piece of warped plastic. J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the White Star Line, was on board. He knew about the fire. The chief engineer knew they had a plan. The plan was to reach New York, unload the coal, and put out the fire, but to do that, they had to go fast. This explains the speed. Why was the Titanic speeding through an ice field at night? Why did Captain Smith ignore the ice warnings? Historians say hubris, they say arrogance, but look at the fire. If you have a fire burning in your basement, you do not drive slowly to the fire station. You speed. They needed to burn the coal as fast as possible to get rid of the fire. So they ran the engines hard. They pushed the ship to 22 knots. They were not racing for a record. They were racing against the explosion. It was a race between the fire inside and the ice outside. And the ice won. Sunday night, April 14th, 11:40 p.m. The lookouts see the iceberg. The bell rings 3 times. The wheel is turned hard to port. The ship swings, but it is too heavy. It is moving too fast. The iceberg scrapes along the starboard side. CRUUNCH. It was not a loud crash. Many passengers described it as a tearing sound, like tearing a long strip of calico cloth. But down in Bunker 6, it was the end of the world. The ice didn't just scrape the paint. It pressed against the steel plates. The steel plates, weakened by weeks of fire, brittle and exhausted, gave up. They didn't bend. They popped open. The rivets sheared off like bullets. The seam opened up. And the Atlantic Ocean, cold and dark, rushed in. Imagine the physics of that moment. Fire meets ice. The bunker was hot. The water was freezing. The thermal shock would have been catastrophic. The steel would have shattered instantly. The water flooded. Bunker 6, it hit the red-hot coals. Boom. Steam explosions. The pressure wave would have blown out the weakened watertight bulkhead. This is why the Titanic sank. The design of the ship could have survived the flooding of 4 compartments. But the bulkhead between Bunker 5 and Bunker 6 failed. It collapsed? Why? Because the fire had melted its strength. When that bulkhead failed, the water flooded the 5th compartment. And then the 6th, the mathematics of buoyancy, took over. The ship was doomed. It wasn't just the iceberg. The iceberg was the trigger. The fire was the loaded gun. Did the passengers know? J. Bruce Ismay had given strict orders. Do not tell the passengers. Imagine the irony. The ladies in the first-class dining saloon were complaining that it was a bit chilly that evening. They pulled their fur stoles tighter. Meanwhile, just 40 feet below their satin shoes, men were fighting a volcano. When the ship began to sink, the stokers were the first to die. They were trapped in the maze of steam and rising water. They knew the truth. They saw the warped walls. They saw the water rushing in through the burn marks, but dead men tell no tales. And the survivors, the firemen who made it to the lifeboats, when they arrived in New York, they were gathered together. They were interrogated, not by the police, but by the company lawyers. The fire was normal, they were told to say. Just a small spot. Nothing to worry about. But one man, a stoker, named J. Dilly, spoke to a reporter. He said, "We didn't have a chance. The bulkhead gave way. It was the fire that finished us." His testimony was buried. The inquiry focused on the speed, the lookouts, the lifeboats. Why? Because if the world knew the ship sailed with a massive fire, the insurance would be void. This brings us back to the money. The impossible policy. An insurance policy requires the ship to be seaworthy. A ship on fire is not seaworthy. If Lloyd's of London could prove the White Star Line knew about the fire and sailed anyway, they would not have to pay the $5 million. So the fire had to be a secret. It had to be just an accident. The Titanic Switch theory fits perfectly here too. If the ship was actually the damaged Olympic, maybe the fire was part of the neglect. Or maybe, just maybe, the fire was started on purpose. If you want to sink a ship, weakening the hull before you hit the ice is a very clever way to ensure the job gets done. Fire and water, the two oldest enemies. The Titanic was a battleground for them. As you drift toward sleep, visualize the ship not as a vessel of luxury, but as a vessel of conflict. The red glow in the dark, the black water waiting outside. The vibration of the engines. Titch rum. Masking the sound of the burning coal. The heat rising through the decks. Did you know that some passengers commented on the warmth of the floor in certain cabins? They thought it was the new central heating system. They marveled at the technology. How wonderful, they said. The floor is warm. They were walking on the lid of the furnace. It is a chilling thought. The comfort they felt was the heat of their own destruction. And what of the smudge? The smudge on the hull is still visible in the photographs. You can search for it in your dreams. A long, dark shadow on the white, black paint. It is the mark of Cain, the mark of the doomed. The fire burned for weeks. It burned while the supplies were loaded. It burned while the band played. It burned while the prayers were read on Sunday morning. It was a slow, silent killer. And when the end came, the fire was extinguished by the very thing it feared. The ocean. The hiss of the steam as the water took the boiler room. A sound like a great beast dying. And then silence. Instruction. Voice tone. Philosophical. Soft. Preparing for the transition to the next topic. The fire explains the speed. It explains the damage. It explains the secrecy. It adds another layer to the conspiracy. It wasn't just a switch. It was a calculated risk. A gamble with fire. J.P. Morgan, sitting in France, knew about the fire. He received the daily reports. Bunker 6 temperature rising. Did he smile? Did he realize that nature was helping his plan? A weakened ship sinks faster. A fast sinking ensures fewer survivors. Fewer survivors mean fewer witnesses. It is a dark logic. Cold and sharp, but there was one thing the fire could not destroy, the binoculars. You see, the lookouts in the crow's nest, Frederick, Fleet, and Reginald. They did not have binoculars on a ship that cost $7 million. On a ship with electric elevators and a heated swimming pool. The men whose job it was to see the danger had to use their naked eyes. Why? The official story is that the binoculars were locked in a cabinet, and the officer with the key was transferred off the ship at the last minute. A mistake, they said, but was it? If you are sailing a burning ship, a broken ship, a ship meant to die, do you want the lookouts to see the iceberg early? Or do you want them to see it just a little too late? In our next chapter, we will climb the mast. We will stand in the freezing wind with Frederick Fleet. We will look for the key that was forgotten. The key that could have saved them all, but for now, let the fire go out. The coal is cold. The water is still. Rest in the safety of the shore. Good night. On the morning the Titanic sailed, the most powerful man in the Western world was supposed to be standing on her bridge. J.P. Morgan was not just the owner of the ship, he was the architect of the entire age. He had commissioned the vessel. He had designed a private promenade deck exclusively for his own use, a sanctuary of luxury that no other passenger was allowed to enter. His luggage was packed. His personal cigar collection was loaded. The crew was standing by to serve the King of Wall Street. But as the whistle blew and the lines were cast off, the suite on B-deck stood empty. J.P. Morgan was not there. He told the press he was gravely ill, knocking on death's door, too weak to travel. But 48 hours later, while the Titanic was steaming toward its doom, Morgan was found in a French resort town. He was not in a hospital bed. He was sitting in a cafe, laughing with his mistress, smoking a cigar, and checking his pocket watch. He wasn't sick. He was waiting. He was waiting for the telegram that would confirm the success of the most expensive assassination plot in human history. He didn't miss the boat by accident. He missed it because he knew exactly where it was going. This is the truth the king buried ... now ... Let the smoke clear. Let the noise of the harbor fade into the gentle rhythm of the waves. We are stepping back from the edge of the cliff. We are entering the quiet, velvet-lined study of a man who owned the world. The fire is low in the grate. The clock on the mantel ticks slowly, tick ... marking the seconds of a time long gone. You are safe here. We are merely ghosts, watching the masters of the universe move their chess pieces in the dark. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down. We are going to look into the mind of the man who stayed behind ... to understand the absence. We must first understand the presence. John Pierpont Morgan was a titan. In 1912, he was 75 years old. A man with a fierce mustache, piercing eyes, and a nose disfigured by a skin condition that made him shy of photographers but terrifying to his enemies. He was the man who had single-handedly saved the U.S. banking system in the panic of 1907. He was the man who formed U.S. Steel, and he was the man who created the International Mercantile Marine Company, the trust that owned the White Star Line. The Titanic was his pet project. It was his answer to the British dominance of the seas. He wanted the biggest, the best, the most luxurious, and he wanted to enjoy it. The suite reserved for J.P. Morgan on the Titanic was not just a cabin. It was a palace. Suites B-52, B-54, and B-56, located on the starboard side of the B-deck, let U.S. walk through it in our minds. The walls were not just painted. They were paneled in polished oak and mahogany. The furniture was Louis XVI style, gilt with gold. The bed was a massive four-poster, draped in the finest silk damask imported from France. But the true jewel of the suite was the private promenade, 50 feet of private deck space. A place where Morgan could walk in the open air, look out at the ocean, and smoke his cigars without ever seeing another passenger. It was equipped with deck chairs, heavy wool blankets, and electric heaters, a rare luxury to keep him warm against the Atlantic chill. He had personally overseen the design. He had demanded specific flower arrangements. He had ordered specific wines to be stocked in his private bar. Every detail shouted, "I am coming." His valet had packed his trunks. The stickers J.P. Morgan, New York, were pasted on the leather. The trunks were sent to Southampton. Some reports say they were even loaded onto the ship. And then the silence. The sudden change. A telegram sent to the White Star Line offices. Mr. Morgan is unwell. He will not be sailing. The official story, released to the hungry press, was that the great financier had a heavy cold. He was exhausted. His doctors had ordered him to rest at the therapeutic spas of Aix-les-Bains in France for the public. This was believable. He was an old man. The weather was damp. But for those who knew Morgan, it was strange. Morgan was a bull. He pushed through illness. He traveled constantly. And the Titanic. The Titanic was his crowning achievement. To miss the maiden voyage for a cold seemed out of character. And then the sighting. While the passengers of the Titanic were waving goodbye to the coast of Ireland, oblivious to their fate, a reporter saw J.P. Morgan in France. He was not bedridden. He was not coughing. He was seemingly in high spirits. He was enjoying the thermal baths. He was dining with his mistress. He was reading the newspapers. Why the lie? If he simply didn't want to go, he could have said business matters. He could have said anything. But he feigned illness. He created an alibi of incapacity. This suggests he needed a reason to be absent that no one could question. A reason that would garner sympathy if anyone asked why he wasn't dead along with his friends. "Oh, poor Mr. Morgan," they would say. He wanted to be there, but his health prevented it. How lucky for him. Luck. Is it luck when the owner of the casino knows exactly where the ball will land? There is a physical piece of evidence that suggests this was not a last-minute decision, but a calculated withdrawal. The J.P. Morgan was one of the greatest art collectors in history. He bought entire museums. He stripped Europe of its treasures to bring them to America. In 1912. He had a massive collection of art stored in England and France that was scheduled to be shipped to New York on the Titanic. Crates of statues, Renaissance paintings, rare manuscripts, ancient tapestries. The value was astronomical. The manifest showed that these crates were meant to be in the cargo hold of the Titanic, but just days before the ship sailed, Morgan issued a quiet order: do not load the art. The crates were held back. They were transferred to another ship, the RMS Baltic, or kept in storage. Why? The art does not catch a cold. The art does not need a spa. Named J. Dilly spoke to a reporter. He said, "We didn't have a chance. The bulkhead gave way. It was the fire that finished us." His testimony was buried. The inquiry focused on the speed, the lookouts, the lifeboats. Why? Because if the world knew the ship sailed with a massive fire, the insurance would be void. This brings us back to the money. The impossible policy. An insurance policy requires the ship to be seaworthy. A ship on fire is not seaworthy. If Lloyd's of London could prove the White Star Line knew about the fire and sailed anyway, they would not have to pay the $5 million. So the fire had to be a secret. It had to be just an accident. The Titanic Switch theory fits perfectly here too. If the ship was actually the damaged Olympic, maybe the fire was part of the neglect. Or maybe, just maybe, the fire was started on purpose. If you want to sink a ship, weakening the hull before you hit the ice is a very clever way to ensure the job gets done. Fire and water, the two oldest enemies. The Titanic was a battleground for them. As you drift toward sleep, visualize the ship not as a vessel of luxury, but as a vessel of conflict. The red glow in the dark, the black water waiting outside. The vibration of the engines. Masking the sound of the burning coal. The heat rising through the decks. Did you know that some passengers commented on the warmth of the floor in certain cabins? They thought it was the new central heating system. They marveled at the technology. "How wonderful," they said. "The floor is warm." They were walking on the lid of the furnace. It is a chilling thought. The comfort they felt was the heat of their own destruction. And what of the smudge? The smudge on the hull is still visible in the photographs. You can search for it in your dreams. A long, dark shadow on the white, black paint dot. It is the mark of Cain, the mark of the doomed. The fire burned for weeks. It burned while the supplies were loaded. It burned while the band played. It burned while the prayers were read on Sunday morning. It was a slow, silent killer. And when the end came, the fire was extinguished by the very thing it feared. The ocean. The hiss of the steam as the water took the boiler room. A sound like a great beast dying. And then silence. Instruction. Voice tone. Philosophical. Soft. Preparing for the transition to the next topic. The fire explains the speed. It explains the damage. It explains the secrecy. It adds another layer to the conspiracy. It wasn't just a switch. It was a calculated risk. A gamble with fire. J.P. Morgan, sitting in France, knew about the fire. He received the daily reports. Bunker 6 temperature rising. Did he smile? Did he realize that nature was helping his plan? A weakened ship sinks faster. A fast sinking ensures fewer survivors. Fewer survivors mean fewer witnesses. It is a dark logic. Cold and sharp, but there was one thing the fire could not destroy, the binoculars. You see, the lookouts in the crow's nest, Frederick, Fleet, and Reginald. They did not have binoculars on a ship that cost $7 million. On a ship with electric elevators and a heated swimming pool. The men whose job it was to see the danger had to use their naked eyes. Why? The official story is that the binoculars were locked in a cabinet, and the officer with the key was transferred off the ship at the last minute. A mistake, they said, but was it? If you are sailing a burning ship, a broken ship, a ship meant to die, do you want the lookouts to see the iceberg early? Or do you want them to see it just a little too late? In our next chapter, we will climb the mast. We will stand in the freezing wind with Frederick Fleet. We will look for the key that was forgotten. The key that could have saved them all, but for now, let the fire go out. The coal is cold. The water is still. Rest in the safety of the shore. Good night. On the morning the Titanic sailed, the most powerful man in the Western world was supposed to be standing on her bridge. J.P. Morgan was not just the owner of the ship, he was the architect of the entire age. He had commissioned the vessel. He had designed a private promenade deck exclusively for his own use. A sanctuary of luxury that no other passenger was allowed to enter. His luggage was packed. His personal cigar collection was loaded. The crew was standing by to serve the King of Wall Street. But as the whistle blew and the lines were cast off, the suite on B-deck stood empty. J.P. Morgan was not there. He told the press he was gravely ill, knocking on death's door, too weak to travel. But 48 hours later, while the Titanic was steaming toward its doom, Morgan was found in a French resort town. He was not in a hospital bed. He was sitting in a cafe, laughing with his mistress, smoking a cigar, and checking his pocket watch. He wasn't sick. He was waiting. He was waiting for the telegram that would confirm the success of the most expensive assassination plot in human history. He didn't miss the boat by accident. He missed it because he knew exactly where it was going. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let the smoke clear. Let the noise of the harbor fade into the gentle rhythm of the waves. We are stepping back from the edge of the cliff. We are entering the quiet, velvet-lined study of a man who owned the world. The fire is low in the grate. The clock on the mantel ticks slowly, tick. Marking the seconds of a time long gone. You are safe here. We are merely ghosts, watching the masters of the universe move their chess pieces in the dark. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down. We are going to look into the mind of the man who stayed behind to understand the absence. We must first understand the presence. John Pierpont Morgan was a titan. In 1912, he was 75 years old. A man with a fierce mustache, piercing eyes, and a nose disfigured by a skin condition that made him shy of photographers but terrifying to his enemies. He was the man who had single-handedly saved the U.S. banking system in the panic of 1907. He was the man who formed U.S. Steel, and he was the man who created the International Mercantile Marine Company. The trust that owned the White Star Line, the Titanic, was his pet project. It was his answer to the British dominance of the seas. He wanted the biggest, the best, the most luxurious, and he wanted to enjoy it. The suite reserved for J.P. Morgan on the Titanic was not just a cabin. It was a palace. Suites B-52, B-54, and B-56, located on the starboard side of the B-deck, let U.S. walk through it in our minds. The walls were not just painted. They were paneled in polished oak and mahogany. The furniture was Louis XVI style, gilt with gold. The bed was a massive four-poster, draped in the finest silk damask imported from France. But the true jewel of the suite was the private promenade, 50 feet of private deck space, a place where Morgan could walk in the open air, look out at the ocean, and smoke his cigars without ever seeing another passenger. It was equipped with deck chairs, heavy wool blankets, and electric heaters, a rare luxury to keep him warm against the Atlantic chill. He had personally overseen the design. He had demanded specific flower arrangements. He had ordered specific wines to be stocked in his private bar. Every detail shouted, "I am coming." His valet had packed his trunks. The stickers J.P. Morgan, New York, were pasted on the leather. The trunks were sent to Southampton. Some reports say they were even loaded onto the ship. And then the silence. The sudden change. A telegram sent to the White Star Line offices. Mr. Morgan is unwell. He will not be sailing. The official story, released to the hungry press, was that the great financier had a heavy cold. He was exhausted. His doctors had ordered him to rest at the therapeutic spas of Aix-les-Bains in France for the public. This was believable. He was an old man. The weather was damp. But for those who knew Morgan, it was strange. Morgan was a bull. He pushed through illness. He traveled constantly. And the Titanic. The Titanic was his crowning achievement. To miss the maiden voyage for a cold seemed out of character. And then the sighting. While the passengers of the Titanic were waving goodbye to the coast of Ireland, oblivious to their fate, a reporter saw J.P. Morgan in France. He was not bedridden. He was not coughing. He was seemingly in high spirits. He was enjoying the thermal baths. He was dining with his mistress. He was reading the newspapers. Why the lie? If he simply didn't want to go, he could have said business matters. He could have said anything. But he feigned illness. He created an alibi of incapacity. This suggests he needed a reason to be absent that no one could question. A reason that would garner sympathy if anyone asked why he wasn't dead along with his friends. "Oh, poor Mr. Morgan," they would say. He wanted to be there, but his health prevented it. How lucky for him. Luck. Is it luck when the owner of the casino knows exactly where the ball will land? There is a physical piece of evidence that suggests this was not a last-minute decision, but a calculated withdrawal. The ARTJP Morgan was one of the greatest art collectors in history. He bought entire museums. He stripped Europe of its treasures to bring them to America. In 1912, he had a massive collection of art stored in England and France that was scheduled to be shipped to New York on the Titanic, crates of statues, Renaissance paintings, rare manuscripts, ancient tapestries. The value was astronomical. The manifest showed that these crates were meant to be in the cargo hold of the Titanic, but just days before the ship sailed, Morgan issued a quiet order: do not load the art. The crates were held back. They were transferred to another ship, the RMS Baltic, or kept in storage. Why? The art does not catch a cold. The art does not need a spa. Treatment in France. If Morgan was merely sick, why stop his cargo? The ship was still sailing to New York. The art could have gone ahead of him. He could have met his treasures in Manhattan. A few weeks later, removing the art implies one thing. He knew the ship was not safe. He was willing to risk the lives of the crew. He was willing to risk the reputation of his company. But he was not willing to risk his collection of medieval Bibles and Italian statues. The art was too valuable to drown. The people were replaceable. This detail is the smoking gun for many historians. It shows a concern for asset protection that contradicts the idea of a casual cancellation. He saved the things he loved, and he left the rest to the ice, but saving his art was just the defense. What was the offense? To understand the true darkness of the canceled ticket, we must look at who did board the ship. While Morgan sat in the warm sun of France, 3 men were walking up the gangplank in Southampton. They were the 3 richest men in the world after Morgan, John Jacob Astor IV, Isidor Straus, Benjamin Guggenheim. These names are etched on the tombstones of history. But in 1912, they were the titans of industry. Astor was the landlord of New York. His wealth was so vast it was hard to calculate. Straus was the owner of Macy's department store, a man of immense retail power. Guggenheim was the king of mining, but they shared something else. Something dangerous. They were, according to the theory, the primary obstacles to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank. Let us pause and understand. The Federal Reserve. In 1912, the United States did not have a central bank. The money supply was not controlled by a private corporation. But J.P. Morgan and the banking elite wanted to change that. They wanted to create a system where they could print money, loan it to the government, and charge interest. They wanted total control over the economy, but this plan required legislation. It required political support, and it required the silence of powerful opposition. Astor, Guggenheim, and Straus were powerful men who believed that a central bank was a threat to American democracy. They believed it would enslave the country to debt. With their combined wealth and influence, they could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve. They could have funded politicians to vote against it. They were the wall standing between Morgan and his ultimate dream. And where were they on April 14th? They were trapped in a wooden box in the middle of the North Atlantic. Did Morgan invite them? There are rumors that Morgan personally encouraged them to travel on the maiden voyage. You must experience it, he might have said. It is a marvel of engineering. I will be there myself. We can discuss business. It was the perfect trap, a floating hotel, a place where they felt safe. A place from which there was no escape. Imagine the dinner parties on the ship. Astor and Guggenheim dining in the first-class saloon. Perhaps they looked for Morgan. Where is J.P.? Astor might have asked. Oh, he took ill, the captain would reply. He sends his regrets. Did Astor feel a chill then? Did he realize as he looked around the opulent room that the host was missing? When the iceberg hit, or when the explosion happened. The trap snapped shut. Astor was told the ship was unsinkable. He stayed on board, calmly smoking a cigarette while the lifeboats left. He didn't realize until it was too late that the safety measures were a lie. Guggenheim dressed in his evening best, saying, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." Strauss refused to leave his wife. They died together on the deck, 3 birds, 1 stone, 1 iceberg. With these 3 men gone, the opposition to the Federal Reserve collapsed. In December 1913. Just 1 year and 8 months after the Titanic sank, the Federal Reserve Act was passed. The central bank was born. The world that Morgan wanted was created, and the cost, just a ship, and a few thousand people who didn't matter to the bottom line. Instruction, voice, tone, soft, whispering. Discussing the club of people who canceled. The Whisper Network. But Morgan wasn't the only one who stayed dry. If you look at the passenger list, you see a pattern of lucky cancellations. A pattern that suggests a Whisper Network. A quiet word passed among the elite. Henry Clay Frick, the Steel Baron, a close partner of Morgan. He booked a suite. He canceled. His wife sprained her ankle. George Washington Vanderbilt. Another Titan. He and his wife had booked passage. Their luggage was on board. At the very last moment, they decided not to go. His valet, however, was already on the ship. The valet died. Vanderbilt lived. Robert Bacon, the American ambassador to France. A friend of Morgan. He delayed his departure. Why did so many of Morgan's inner circle suddenly find reasons not to board the greatest ship in history? Did they know? Did Morgan send a message? Not a telegram, which could be traced, but a word, a nod? Not this ship, Henry. Wait for the next one. It creates a picture of a world divided into 2 classes. Not first class in steerage, but the in the know and the sacrifices. The people who knew stayed in their mansions. The people who didn't, the Astors, the unsuspicious rich, and the hopeful immigrants boarded the vessel of death. It is a betrayal of the highest order. Imagine J.P. Morgan and Ike's Baines. The morning after the sinking, the newsboys are shouting on the street corners, "Titanic cool. Titanic sunk." Morgan picks up the paper. He reads the names of the dead. Astor, Guggenheim, Strauss. Does he mourn? Or does he look at the list like an accountant checking off liabilities? Debt paid. Obstacle removed. Merger complete. We must wonder about the soul of such a man. J.P. Morgan was a religious man. He collected Bibles. He attended church. He believed in God. How does a man reconcile the murder of 1,500 people with his faith? Perhaps he justified it. Men of power often do. The greater good, the stability of the economy, the progress of the nation. Or perhaps he believed the ship was just an object, an asset to be liquidated. But there is a strange footnote to his life. J.P. Morgan died on March 31st, 1930, less than 1 year after the Titanic sank. He died in his sleep at the Grand Hotel in Rome. In his final months, reports say he was nervous. He was depressed. He felt that the world was turning against him. There were investigations into the money trust. The public was beginning to hate the bankers. Did the ghosts of the Titanic haunt him? Did he see the face of John Jacob Astor in the shadows of his room? Did he hear the screams of the steerage passengers in the silence of the night? He left a massive fortune. But he also left a changed world. The Titanic disaster changed maritime law. It changed how we view class. And the Federal Reserve changed how we view money. Morgan's absence on that dock in Southampton was the pivot point of the 20th century. If he had boarded ... If he had died in the freezing water, there would be no Federal Reserve. No World War I financing in the same way. The history of the world would be unrecognizable. He lived. And because he lived, we live in his world. Let us drift back to the ship for one last moment. Sweet. The 52, the night of the sinking. The ship is tilting. The lights are flickering. The panic is rising on the boat deck, but B deck is quiet. The promenade is empty. The door to Morgan's suite swings open in the tilt. The unslept tin bed slides across the polished floor. The crystal decanters smash against the wall. The ghost of the man who wasn't there presides over the destruction. The water enters the room. It soaks the silk. It ruins the mahogany. It washes away the scent of the cigars that were never smoked. It is a lonely image. The most luxurious room in the world, prepared for a king, claiming only the ocean as its guest, the canceled ticket, the heavy cold. The missing art. It is a puzzle with missing pieces. But when you put the pieces together, they form a picture of a man who knew the future because he had written the script. Instruction, transition to the ending bridge. Soft, poetic, fading out. Setting up the next clue, the water closes over the suite. The pressure builds. The silence returns. J.P. Morgan is dead. The Titanic is dead. The rivals are dead, but the secrets float. We have spoken of the owner. We have spoken of the fire. We have spoken of the switch, but what of the means of survival? If the ship was meant to sink, surely they needed to ensure that some people died and others lived. Oh, or was there a mistake in the plan? There is one small object that played a massive role in the disaster. A small brass key. The key to the binocular cabinet. The lookouts didn't have binoculars. They said the key was missing, but was it missing? Or was it taken? In our next chapter, we will hold that key in our hands. We will look at the face of the man who walked off the ship with the key in his pocket just minutes before it sailed. David Blair, the officer who was removed. Was he lucky? Or was he following orders to blind the ship? Rest now. The suite is empty. The owner is sleeping. Good night. It is the most expensive oversight in the history of mankind. We are told that the Titanic sank because of an iceberg. We are told it was an act of God, a tragedy of nature. But the truth is far smaller and far more sinister. The ship that cost $7.5 million, the ship that carried the wealthiest people on earth. The ship that was called unsinkable was blinded by a single piece of brass no larger than your thumb. On the night of the disaster, the two men tasked with watching for danger in the freezing dark Frederick, Fleet, and Reginald Lee were standing in the crow's nest with nothing but their naked eyes. They were squinting into the abyss, helpless. Why? Because the special binoculars designed for the lookouts were locked inside a wooden cabinet in the officers' quarters. And the key wasn't on the ship. The key was in the pocket of a man named David Blair, a second officer who was removed from the crew list just minutes before the Titanic sailed. He walked off the gangplank, stood on the dock, and watched the ship leave, carrying the only way to open the locker in his pocket. Was it a mistake? A simple forgetful error? Or was it the final step in a calculated plan to ensure that when the iceberg came, the Titanic would never see it coming until it was too late? This is the truth the king buried ... now ... Let the anger fade. Let the frustration dissolve into the mist. We are stepping back from the ledge. We are entering the quiet, dimly lit cabin of the past. The air is still. The smell of salt water and polished brass fills the room. You are safe here. We are merely observers, holding the small, cold artifacts of history in our hands. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down to the rhythm of the ocean swell. We are going to climb the mast, up into the cold wind, to find the eyes of the ship. To understand the blindness. We must first understand the eyes. Imagine the crow's nest. It is a small, exposed platform perched high on the forward mast of the Titanic. It is 90 feet above the water. On the night of April 14th, 1912, it is the loneliest place on Earth. The temperature is freezing. The wind, created by the ship's speed of 22 knots, cuts through the heavy wool coats of the lookouts. Their eyes water. Their faces are numb. Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee are the men on duty. They are experienced sailors. They know the ocean. They know that on a calm, moonless night, the water is black and the ice is black. Without moonlight breaking against the waves at the base of an iceberg, a mountain of ice looks like nothing more than a shadow against the stars. They are straining, squinting, their lives, and the lives of 2,200 others depend on their vision. In a normal situation, they would have ship's glasses, heavy-duty, high-magnification binoculars. With these, they could see the horizon clearly. They could spot the subtle difference between the sky and the ice miles away. But tonight, their hands are empty. They stomp their feet to keep warm. They talk in low voices. If only we had the glasses, Fleet might have said. It was a complaint they had made before. They knew the binoculars existed. They knew exactly where they were. They were in a locker in the second officer's cabin, but the door was locked, and no one on board had the key. How does a ship of this magnitude launch without checking the equipment of its most vital safety system? To find the answer, we must go back to Southampton, back to the chaos of departure. Back to the man who wasn't there. His name was David Blair. David Blair was a career sailor. He was originally assigned to be the second officer of the Titanic. He had been with the ship during the sea trials. He knew the ship intimately. He had packed the equipment. He had organized the keys. He was proud. To be an officer on the maiden voyage of the Titanic was the highlight of a career. It was a ticket to promotion, to fame, to history, but a few days before the launch, the White Star Line made a sudden change. They brought in Henry Tingle Wilde, a senior officer from the Olympic, to be the chief officer of the Titanic for the maiden voyage. This was a common practice using the most experienced men for the first run, but this reshuffle caused a domino effect. Wilde became chief officer. William Murdoch was bumped down to first officer. Charles Lytler was bumped down to second officer, and David Blair was bumped off the ship entirely. Imagine his disappointment. He was standing on the deck, bag packed, ready to go, and suddenly he is told, "Pack your things, Blair, you're not coming." He was disappointed. Perhaps angry, he went to his cabin to pack. He gathered his personal effects. He took his logbook. He took his lucky coins, and consciously, or unconsciously, he put a small brass key in his pocket. The key was tagged Crow's Nest Telephone. But it didn't just open the telephone box. It opened the locker where the binoculars were stored. Blair walked down the gangway. He stood on the dock as the massive whistles blew. He watched the ship pull away, and in his pocket, resting against his thigh, was the vision of the Titanic. Now, Let us look at this event through the lens of the conspiracy. Was it an accident? It is easy to say yes. In the rush of packing, people forget things. I forget my keys. You forget your keys, but David Blair was a trained officer. His responsibility was equipment. When Lytler took over his position, there should have been a formal handover. A changing of the guard. Here are the logs. Here are the charts. Here are the keys. This is standard protocol. On a military ship or a merchant vessel, the keys are the symbols of authority. You do not just walk away with them. Did Blair forget? Or did he neglect to hand them over? And if he neglected, was it out of spite? They kicked me off the ship. Let them figure it out themselves. A petty act of revenge that turned into a tragedy? Oh, or was it deeper? If we accept the theory that the ship was meant to sink the Titanic Switch, the insurance fraud, the removal of J.P. Morgan's rivals, then the blinding of the lookouts becomes a strategic necessity. Think about it. If you are planning to crash a ship into an iceberg, or if you are sailing a ship that is already damaged and burning, the fire in Bunker 6, and you want an accident, the last thing you want is a sharp-eyed lookout spotting the danger 5 miles away. If Fleet had binoculars, he might have seen the iceberg 10 minutes earlier. 10 minutes is an eternity at sea. In 10 minutes, the ship could have turned. It could have missed the ice completely. If the ship misses the ice, it arrives in New York. The insurance fraud fails. The Olympic disguised as Titanic is discovered. The fire is discovered. The plan collapses. So the lookouts had to fail. Was David Blair ordered to take the key? Officer Blair, you are relieved of duty. And by the way, bring the keys with you. It is a chilling thought. A man following orders, removing a tiny piece of metal that weighed less than an ounce, but tipped the scales of life and death for 1,500 people. Let us return to the crows. Nest, 11:30 p.m. Frederick Fleet is staring into the dark. His eyes are burning. The wind is relentless. He sees a haze on the horizon. Not a shape, just a blotting out of the stars. He squints. He rubs his eyes. Is that something? He whispers to Lee. Lee looks. I don't know. Can't see clearly. If they had the binoculars, they would have lifted them to their eyes. The glass lenses would have gathered the faint starlight. The shape would have jumped into focus. Iceberg, dead ahead. They would have rung the bell then. At 11:30, the bridge would have ordered the turn. The ship would have swung clear. The passengers would have slept on, waking up in New York a few days later, never knowing how close they came, but they didn't have the glasses. So they waited. They had to wait until the object was close enough to be sure. 11:39 p.m., the shape becomes solid. It is a black mountain blocking the sky. It is terrifyingly close. Fleet grabs the bell rope. Clang, clang. 3 times. He grabs the telephone. What do you see? Asks the bridge. Iceberg, right ahead? Screams Fleet, but it is too late. The physics of momentum are unforgiving. The ship is too heavy, too fast, and too close. 30-7 seconds later. Impact. In the inquiry that followed the disaster, Frederick Fleet was called to testify. He stood before the grim-faced senators and lords. They asked him, point blank, if you had binoculars, could you have avoided the collision? Fleet replied, yes. How much sooner would you have seen it? They asked. Enough to get out of the way, Fleet said. His words hang in the air of history. Enough to get out of the way. That simple sentence condemns David Blair. It condemns the White Star Line. It condemns the conspiracy. And what of the binoculars themselves? They were on the ship. They weren't missing. They were just locked away. They were sitting in a wooden box in the second officer's cabin, just a few hundred feet away from the lookouts. They were safe, protected, useless when the ship sank. The binoculars went down with it, decades later. When salvagers and explorers visited the wreck, they found many pairs of binoculars. But these were the passengers' opera glasses, or the officers' personal pairs. The official crow's nest binoculars were likely still in the locker, rotting away as the wood dissolved, eventually falling into the silt of the ocean floor. But the key survived. David Blair kept it. He kept it as a souvenir, a memento of the voyage he missed. Did he look at it? Did he hold it in his hand when he read the news of the sinking? Titanic lost, 1,500 dead. Did he feel the weight of it then? He passed the key down to his daughter. It was kept in a jewelry box. A curious little artifact. The key to the Titanic, they called it. In 2007. That key was sold at auction. It sold for £90,000. The most expensive key in the world. But looking at it, it is just a piece of brass. It has a tag. Crow's Nest telephone key. It looks innocent, but it is a symbol of the arrogance of the era. They didn't think they needed binoculars because they didn't think the ship could sink. They relied on size, not safety, but let us dig deeper into the sabotage theory. We know about the switch. We know about the fire. We know about J.P. Morgan canceling. Does the key fit into this pattern? If you are orchestrating a disaster, you need to control the variables. You can't control the ice. You can't control the weather. But you can control the crew's ability to react. Removing the binoculars is a soft kill. Tactic. It doesn't leave a mark. It looks like an accident. Oh, Blair forgot the key. How clumsy. But it effectively blinded the ship. It is similar to the lack of red flares. Did you know the Titanic didn't have the correct emergency flares? When the ship was sinking, they fired rockets. But they fired white rockets. In maritime language, red rockets mean distress, help me. White rockets can mean we are having a party or navigation signal. The ship Californian, watching from a distance, saw the white rockets. The captain of the Californian thought, "Oh, they are having a celebration. Look at the fireworks. Why were there no red rockets? Why were there no binoculars? Why were there not enough lifeboats? Why was the fire burning?" One coincidence is an accident. Two is a pattern. Five is a plan. The vanishing binoculars are just one more mechanism in the machine of destruction. And David Blair, he lived a long life. He died in 1955. He never spoke publicly about a conspiracy. He maintained it was a simple oversight, but silence is often the condition of survival. If he had spoken out, if he had said, "I was ordered to take the key," what would have happened to him? He saw what happened to the whistleblowers. He saw how the inquiry protected the owners. So he kept the key, and he kept the secret. Imagine being Frederick Fleet. He survived the sinking. He was in Lifeboat 6. He rode away from the screaming mass of humanity for the rest of his life. He was haunted. He worked as a paperboy in Southampton. A man who had seen the greatest tragedy of his age. Selling newspapers for pennies every night when he closed his eyes. He must have seen the black mountain of ice. If only I had the glasses. The guilt ate him alive. In 1965, after his wife died. Frederick Fleet hanged himself in his garden. He was the final victim of the missing binoculars. The key in Blair's pocket didn't just sink a ship. It destroyed the lives of the men who survived. It is a tragedy of what if Blair had handed the key to Lytler? What if Lightler had broken the lock? Why didn't they break the lock? They were officers. They didn't want to damage company property. Protocol over survival. What if Fleet had seen the ice 1 minute sooner? The history of the 20th century hangs on that brass key. If the Titanic survives, there is no maritime. Safety overhaul. J.P. Morgan's rivals, Astor, Guggenheim Strauss, arrive in New York. They fight the Federal Reserve. Maybe they stop it. The U.S. economy develops differently. The Great Depression changes. World War financing changes. It is the butterfly effect. A key stays in a pocket and the world changes forever. As you lie there, safe and warm, think about the small things in your life. The keys, the glasses, the tools. We trust them. We rely on them, but on the Titanic, the tools were taken away. The ship was stripped of its defenses. It was a knight sent into battle without a shield. J.P. Morgan knew the shield was gone. He knew the sword was broken, and while the lookouts strained their eyes in the cold wind, another pair of eyes was watching from the dark. This brings us to the greatest mystery of the night. The mystery of the third ship. We know about the Titanic. We know about the Carpathia, the ship that eventually came to the rescue, but there was another, a ship that was close. So close that the Titanic passengers could see its lights. So close that the Titanic officers tried to signal it with Morse lamp. It was sitting just 10 miles away. Stopped in the ice, watching. It saw the white rockets. It saw the ship tilt. It saw the lights go out, and it did nothing. This ship was the SS Californian. Was it paralyzed by incompetence? Or was it waiting for orders? Was the Californian the getaway car that failed to pick up the robbers? Was it supposed to rescue the passengers after the planned sinking, but got stuck in the ice? The binoculars that vanished blinded the Titanic. But the Californian had binoculars. The Californian had a radio. The Californian had steam. Why did it stand still? In our next chapter, we will cross the dark water to the bridge of the Californian. We will look at Captain Lord, a man who slept while thousands died. We will ask the question, was he a villain or was he a pawn waiting for a signal that never came? The key is in the pocket. The lock is closed, but the eyes of the Californian were open. Rest now. The horizon is empty. The ice is melting. Good night. 10 miles. That is the distance that separates a tragedy from a rescue. On the night the Titanic died, she was not alone in the dark. Just across the black water, close enough to see the lights of the portholes, another ship sat perfectly still. Her engines were stopped. Her radio was silent. Her captain was asleep in the chart room. This ship was the SS Californian. The officers on her deck watched the Titanic for hours. They saw her stop. They saw her tilt. They saw the rockets exploding in the sky-white bursts of desperation against the stars. And they did nothing. They didn't wake the wireless operator. They didn't fire their engines. They stood on the deck, smoking cigarettes, watching the greatest ship in the world disappear as if they were watching a theater play. Why? Was it incompetence? Was it fear of the ice? Or was the Californian waiting for a signal that never came? The theory suggests that this small steamer was not an innocent bystander, but the getaway car for the crime of the century. It was the designated rescue vessel owned by the same banking trust sent to pick up the survivors of a planned sinking. But when the moment came, it froze. It watched the murder happen, and it turned away. This is the truth the king buried ... now ... Let the cold wind settle. Let the anger of the accusation fade into the vast, silent rhythm of the sea. We are drifting away from the screaming crowds. We are moving across the flat, glassy water to a place of silence. The night is beautiful here. The stars are reflected in the ice. You are safe. You are wrapped in the warmth of the story. Close your eyes and let us board the ship that did not move. To understand the horror of that night. We must understand the geography of the dark. Imagine the North Atlantic. It is not just water. It is a wilderness. On April 14th, 1912, an ice field had drifted down from the Arctic. It was a massive barrier, miles long, studded with icebergs like white teeth. The Titanic was speeding toward this barrier, but the SS Californian had already reached it. The Californian was a cargo ship. She was not a palace like the Titanic. She was a working vessel carrying cotton and wool to Boston. She was commanded by Captain Stanley Lord, a man known for his discipline. A man known for his caution. At 10:20 p.m., nearly an hour and a half before the Titanic hit the ice, Captain Lord encountered the field. He saw the ice stretching out in the darkness. He made a decision that any prudent captain would make. He stopped. "We will wait for daylight," he said. He ordered the engines to be shut down. The ship drifted. The silence of the ocean wrapped around them. The radio operator, Cyril Evans, was tired. He had been working all day. He tapped out a warning to the other ships in the area. "We are stopped and surrounded by ice." The Titanic heard this warning. But the Titanic's operator, Jack Phillips, was busy sending passenger telegrams, rich men sending messages to their brokers. He snapped back at the Californian. "Shut up! Shut up! I am busy. I am working Cape Race." So Cyril Evans turned off his radio. He took off his headphones. He went to bed. The ears of the Californian were closed, but her eyes were open. It is now shortly after midnight. The Titanic has struck the iceberg. She is 5, maybe 10 miles away on the bridge of the Californian. The second officer, Herbert Stone, is on watch. He looks out to the southeast. He sees lights, a big ship, a brightly lit ship. He can see the masthead light. He can see the red side light. It is so close that he thinks he can see the glare of the deck lights. He calls the captain. "Sir, there is a ship nearby." Captain Lord is lying on the sofa in the chart room. He is half asleep. "Is it a moving ship?" he asks. "It seems to be stopped." "Sir, try to signal her with the Morse lamp," Lord says. The Morse lamp is a bright light used to flash messages between ships when the radio is off. ... Officer. Stone flashes the light. "Are you there? Who are you?" No answer. The big ship just sits there, glowing in the dark. Then at 12:45 a.m., something changes. Officer Stone sees a flash of light rise from the deck of the mystery ship. It climbs into the sky and explodes. A white starburst, a rocket. 10 minutes later, another rocket. And then another dot. Rockets at sea are a universal language. They mean one thing. I am in distress. I need help. Officer Stone is confused. Why are they firing rockets? He wonders. Are they celebrating? Is it a party for the passengers? He goes down to the chart room again. "Sir, she is firing rockets." Captain Lord rubs his eyes. "Are they company signals?" "I don't know, sir. They look like white stars." "Keep watching her," says the captain. And he goes back to sleep. Let that sink in. A ship is firing rockets. It is stopped. It is clearly in trouble. And the captain of the nearest vessel does not go up to the bridge. He does not wake the radio operator. He does not turn on the engines. He sleeps. Why? Historians call this the Californian incident. They call it gross negligence. They call Captain Lord a villain who let 1,500 people die because he was too lazy to get out of bed. But the conspiracy theorists ask a different question. What if Captain Lord wasn't lazy? What if he was waiting? The Californian was owned by the Leyland Line. The Leyland Line was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company. Who owned the International Mercantile Marine Company? J.P. Morgan. The Californian and the Titanic were owned by the same trust. They were corporate cousins. The theory of the Titanic Switch and the insurance fraud relies on a moral crutch. Even if J.P. Morgan was willing to sink a ship for money, and even if he was willing to kill his rivals, surely he wouldn't want to massacre women and children. That would be bad for business. So, the plan required a safety net. The plan required a ship to be waiting in the middle of the ocean. A ship that was empty of passengers, but full of blankets and warm wool. Remember her cargo. The plan was, the Titanic, actually the Olympic, sails to a specific coordinate. The Californian waits at that coordinate. Stopped in the ice. The Titanic opens her seacocks or hits an iceberg or suffers a boiler explosion. The Titanic sinks slowly. The Californian steams in, loads the passengers, and brings them to New York. The Titanic is lost. Insurance money claimed. The passengers are saved. Heroes, the rivals, Astor, etc. might have an accident during the transfer, or simply be humiliated. It was a perfect script. But on the night of April 14th, the script went wrong. The Titanic hit the ice too hard. She sank too fast. And the Californian ... The getaway car got stuck. Captain Lord was stopped in the ice field. He was surrounded. He was terrified of moving his ship in the dark because he didn't want to damage his vessel. When he saw the rockets, he might have been paralyzed by indecision. Is that the signal? He might have thought. But they are white rockets? The plan said red rockets. Or perhaps he thought, if I go in there now, into that ice, I will sink too. So he played dumb. He pretended he didn't understand. He pretended to sleep, because if he admitted he knew what was happening, he would be admitting to being part of a conspiracy. By doing nothing, he could claim incompetence. Incompetence is not a crime. It is just a failure. Conspiracy to commit mass murder. That is a hanging offense. Let us stand next to Officer Stone. On the bridge of the Californian. It is 1:30 a.m. The lights of the Titanic are looking strange. The ship seems to be sitting lower in the water. The lights are tilting. She looks very queer, Stone says to his apprentice Gibson. Her lights are looking odd. They watch as the lights begin to disappear. Not all at once, but row by row. As if someone is walking through the ship turning off the switches. They don't know that what they are seeing is the water rising over the porthole 5 a.m. The Titanic is in her death throes. She is tilting steeply. The stern is rising into the air. Stone watches. She seems to be moving away, he says. She is steaming away to the southwest. It is a trick of the eye. The ship isn't moving away. She is pivoting. She is pointing her nose to the bottom of the sea. At 2:20 a.m. The lights vanish completely. Darkness. Stone blinks. She's gone, he whispers. He assumes the ship has sailed over the horizon. He assumes she has steamed away into the night. He does not hear the screams. The distance is too great for the human voice, but light travels forever. He stands there in the silence. The stars are bright. The water is flat. The greatest tragedy of the century has just happened in front of his face, and he thinks the ship has just gone to another port. He goes down to the chart room one last time. So the ship has disappeared. We can't see her lights anymore. Captain Lord grunts. Very well. Let me know if she comes back. And the Californian sits there, a ghost ship watching a graveyard. It is only at 5:30 a.m. when the radio operator wakes up and puts his headphones back on, that the horror hits them. CQD. So Titanic sunk. 1,500 lost. The message comes from the Carpathia, the ship that did come, the ship that steamed 50 miles at top speed, risking everything, dodging icebergs to save the survivors. Captain Lord hears the news. His face goes pale. He orders the engines to be started. He drives the Californian through the ice. He heads for the last known position, but when he arrives, there is nothing. There is the Carpathia picking up the last of the lifeboats. There is wreckage, deck chairs, cork, bodies in life jackets, bobbing like seagulls on the waves. Captain Lord circles the area. He does not pick up a single survivor. The Carpathia has done the work. The Californian has arrived, just in time to be the witness to its own shame. Why did the rockets fail? This is a crucial point in the sabotage investigation. The Titanic fired white rockets, according to maritime regulations of 1912. A distress signal could be rockets or shells, throwing stars of any color or description, fired one at a time at short intervals. So, white rockets were legal distress signals, but usually white rockets were used for signaling other company ships. Hello, I am White Star Line. Or for calling a pilot boat. Red rockets were the universal sign of danger. Why did the Titanic only have white rockets? Did David Blair, the man with the binoculars key, also pack the wrong flares? Or were they the right flares for a different plan? If the plan was for the Californian to spot the Titanic, maybe white was the agreed signal. White means start the rescue. But Captain Lord hesitated. Perhaps the confusion was manufactured. By ensuring the signals were ambiguous, the perpetrators created plausible deniability. I didn't know they were drowning, Your Honor. I thought they were having a fireworks display. It is the defense of a scoundrel, but it is a legal defense, and it worked. Captain Lord was never charged with a crime. He was fired, yes. His reputation was destroyed. He spent the rest of his life trying to clear his name, claiming he was too far away, that a third ship was between them, but he was never put in prison. The confusion of the rockets saved him from the gallows. As you drift deeper into sleep, think about the concept of stillness. We often think of villains as active. They stab, they shoot, they steal, but sometimes the greatest evil is simply standing still. The Californian is the symbol of the bystander, the entity that sees the suffering and chooses not to move. J.P. Morgan stayed on land. Captain Lord stayed in the chart room. The radio operator stayed asleep. It was a conspiracy of inaction, a conspiracy of silence. If the radio operator had stayed awake for just 20 more minutes, he would have heard the SOS. He would have banged on the captain's door. Sir, the Titanic is sinking. We must go. Captain Lord could not have ignored that. He would have been forced to go. The Californian would have arrived before the Titanic went under. They could have pulled alongside. They could have used their cranes. They could have transferred almost everyone. 1,500 people died because one man took off his headphones. It is a thread so thin it is almost impossible to see, but it held the weight of the world. There is one final detail about the Californian that keeps the conspiracy alive. The cargo. The Californian was not carrying passengers. It was carrying wool, blankets, jumpers. Why was a ship filled with warm clothing waiting exactly where the Titanic sank? Coincidence? Or logistics? If you are planning to dump 2,000 people into the ocean or transfer them in the middle of a cold night, you need blankets. You need warmth. The Californian was a floating supply closet. It was perfectly equipped for a mass rescue operation. It just didn't happen. Perhaps the ice was thicker than Morgan anticipated. Perhaps the accident happened too early or too late. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. And when the plan involves a 46,000-ton ship hitting an iceberg, there are many variables that can break. The Californian is the broken variable. The loose end. It is the smoking gun that jammed. The ship that stood still eventually moved on. The Californian survived the night. But she carried a curse. In 1915, during World War I, the Californian was torpedoed by a German submarine. She sank in deep water. She lies at the bottom of the sea today, just like the Titanic, but no one visits the Californian. No one makes movies about her. She is the forgotten sister of the tragedy, the ship that failed, but the failure was not just on the water. It was on the shore. The rescue failed. The plan failed. And so the narrative had to change. The newspapers couldn't say murder. They had to say heroism. They had to find stories of bravery to cover up the stories of cowardice. And amidst the chaos of the sinking, there was a delay. A delay in the launching of the lifeboats. Why did the crew wait? Why did they hesitate to lower the boats? Was it just panic? Or was it because they were waiting for the Californian to arrive? Did Captain Smith look at the lights on the horizon and tell his officers, "Wait, hold the boats. Rescue is coming"? Did they hold back the evacuation because they thought the safety net was about to catch them? This delay, this rescue delayed by design, cost hundreds of lives. In our next chapter, we will stand on the boat deck. We will look at the empty davits. We will hear the order, women and children first, and we will understand the terrible math of the delay. The ship stood still. And because it stood still, time ran out. Rest now. The rockets have faded. The lights are gone. The ocean is empty again. Good night. The most terrifying aspect of Titanic disaster was not the collision nor the sinking itself. It was the hour of silence that came between them. For 60 agonizing minutes after the iceberg struck, the lifeboats sat in their davits, untouched. The crew stood on the deck, waiting. The passengers sat in the lounges, listening to the band, waiting. Why? Why would a sinking ship wait an entire hour before launching a single boat? History tells us it was confusion. History tells us Captain Smith was paralyzed by shock. But the evidence suggests a much darker reality. They weren't waiting because they were confused. They were waiting because they were following a plan that relied on a specific timeline. They were waiting for the safety net, the ship sitting 10 miles away, to start its engines and come to them. The officers didn't lower the boats because they believed they wouldn't need them. They believed they were going to simply transfer the passengers from one deck to another, dry and safe. The delay was not an accident. It was a calculated pause designed to manage a rescue that never arrived. And while they waited for a ghost ship to save them, the ocean poured in, stealing the only commodity they couldn't buy: time. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let the ticking of the clock slow down. Let the panic dissolve into the freezing mist. We are stepping onto the promenade deck. The air is biting cold. The stars are hard and bright like diamonds scattered on black velvet. You are safe here. We are merely shadows watching the history unfold from the rail. Wrap your coat tighter. Breathe in the salt air. We are going to wait with them. In the silence before the scream, to understand the tragedy, we must look at the clock. 11:40 p.m. The impact. The tearing sound. The vibration that spilled the drinks in the smoking room. 12:40 a.m. The first lifeboat. Number 7 is finally lowered. 1 hour. In the world of maritime disaster. An hour is a lifetime. An hour is the difference between life and death. What happened in that hour? If you believe the official story, it was a time of chaos. But survivors' accounts tell a different story. They speak of a strange, eerie calm. The stewards were knocking on doors, whispering, "Put on your life belts, please." Just a precaution. The band assembled in the first-class lounge and began to play ragtime. Captain Smith walked the bridge, looking out at the horizon. Why the calm? Because they thought they were safe. The officers on the bridge, Captain Smith, Lytler, Murdoch, they knew the ship was doomed. Thomas Andrews, the builder, had done the math. She has an hour, maybe 2, he said. So why did they not rush? Why did they not scream? Everyone to the boats, now! Because they saw the lights. They saw the masthead light of the Californian, or the mystery ship, just 10 miles away. In their minds. The plan was working. Think about the logic of the insurance fraud theory. If the plan was to sink the ship but save the passengers to avoid murder charges, then the Californian was supposed to be right there. Captain Smith likely thought. I don't need to drop these people into freezing water in tiny wooden boats. That is dangerous. People will die of hypothermia. People will fall. No, he thought. We will wait. That ship over there sees us. She will see our rockets. She will steam over here in 30 minutes. She will pull alongside. We will put out a gangway. The ladies will walk across. The gentlemen will follow. It will be a civilized transfer. This explains the delay. You do not launch lifeboats if you think a ferry is coming. You hold them. You keep the passengers warm inside until the rescue ship is ready. This is why the first hour was silent. It was the silence of anticipation. They were waiting for the getaway. Car, but the car didn't move. We must visualize the tension on the bridge. 12 a.m. Captain. Smith looks through his binoculars, the ones he did have. The lights are stationary. 12:15 a.m. He orders the rockets. Let them know we are ready. Boom, the white starburst. He watches the horizon. Does the ship move? No. 12:30 a.m. The water is rising. The squash court is flooded. The mail room is gone. The ship is beginning to list. And the other ship still hasn't moved. Panic begins to set in. Not among the passengers, but in the mind of the captain, the realization hits him like a physical blow. They are not coming. The plan has failed. The engine of the rescue ship is cold. The radio is dead. He looks at the davits. He looks at the thousands of people. He realizes he has wasted 60 minutes of precious time waiting for a phantom. Lower the boats, he whispers, but now it is too late to be organized. Now, the confusion starts. This theory of the delayed rescue also explains one of the most maddening mysteries of the Titanic. The half-empty boats, lifeboat number 7 left with 28 people. It had a capacity of 65. Lifeboat number 1 left with 12 people. It could hold 40. Why? Why would officers launch boats that were half empty when people were dying? Historians say they were afraid the boats would buckle, or they couldn't find enough women. But there is a more logical explanation. The shuttle. Theory: if the officers believed the rescue ship was just a few miles away, They weren't sending the boats away into the open ocean. They were sending them on a short trip. Row over to that ship, they might have told the sailors. Drop off these passengers, then row back and get more. If you are running a shuttle service, you don't wait to fill the bus completely. You send it as soon as you have some people so it can make the round trip faster. Get them to the ship. Hurry back. This explains why they launched them quickly and half full after the delay. They thought the boats would return. They thought they were building a bridge of boats between the sinking Titanic and the waiting Californian, but as the sailors rowed away into the dark, they realized the distance was deceptive. The lights were further than they looked, or the ship was moving away. The boats never came back, and the people left on deck watched them disappear. Realizing slowly that the bridge was broken, let us sit in the first-class lounge for a moment. The carpet is thick. The chairs are leather. The smoke of expensive cigars hangs in the air. It is 12:20 a.m. The passengers are annoyed, but not terrified. Why are we stopping? Asks us a man in tuxedo. I was winning at bridge. Some engine trouble, says another. We will be moving soon. This calm was manufactured. If the crew had screamed, "We are sinking!" there would have been a stampede. The stairwells would have been crushed. By delaying the alarm, by delaying the boats. The officers kept control, but it was a control based on a lie. They were buying time with ignorance. J. Bruce Ismay. The owner was on the bridge. He was pacing. He knew the plan. He knew about the Californian. Did he stare at those distant lights with hatred? Did he curse the name of Captain Lord? "You are supposed to be here," he might have whispered. This wasn't the deal. The betrayal of the delay is personal. Imagine being told to wait. "Wait here, madam. Everything is fine." And while you wait, the water creeps up the stairs. Step by step, the design of the rescue was flawless on paper. Phase 1, damage the ship. Phase 2, signal the partner. Phase 3, transfer the cargo, people. Phase 4, sink the evidence, but reality is messy. The ice was real. The cold was real. The fear of the Californian's captain was real. The design collapsed, and it left 2,000 people standing on a tilting deck with nowhere to go. 1:15 a.m. The tilt is severe now. You cannot walk on the deck without holding a railing. The safety net illusion shatters. The passengers realize the other ship isn't coming. The boats are leaving, and there aren't enough of them. Now, the hour of silence transforms into an hour of chaos, but because of the delay, because of that wasted 60 minutes, the crew is behind schedule. They are trying to launch the collapsible boats, the ones stored on the roof, but they don't have time. If they had started at 11:40, if they had ignored the Phantom rescue ship and just focused on evacuation, they might have launched every boat. They might have built rafts. They might have saved hundreds more. But they ran out of time. Collapsible A and Collapsible B were never properly launched. They floated off the deck as the ship went under. Men had to swim to them in the freezing water. This was the cost of the delay. The delay killed the third class. While the officers waited on the bridge, the third-class passengers were kept below. "Wait," they were told. "There is no emergency yet." By the time the realization hit, by the time the gates were opened, the boats were gone. The delay was a death sentence for the poor. And J.P. Morgan, in his hotel in France, did he know the timeline? Did he know that the rescue part of the plan was the most risky variable? Perhaps he didn't care. If the rescue worked, good. If it failed, well, dead witnesses are the quietest witnesses. The delay served a double purpose. It gave the appearance of order, while ensuring the maximum destruction of evidence. The band played on. Wallace Hartley and his musicians. They stood on the boat deck, playing waltzes in the freezing cold. Why? To keep the people calm during the delay, they were the soundtrack to the lie. They played. Alexander's ragtime band, they played in the shadows. They played until the water swirled around their ankles. They were the ultimate tool of the delay. If the band is playing, it can't be that bad. It is a hypnotic image. The music drifting over the black water, reaching the ears of the people in the boats, reaching the ears of the people on the Californian. If they were listening, the music masked the sound of the rivets popping. The ship sank at 2:20 a.m. The Californian arrived at 5:30 a.m., 3 hours too late. The delay was fatal. The design was flawed. But the ocean keeps the score. The ship is gone. The voices are silenced. But the wreckage remains, and amidst the wreckage, there is evidence of the deception. We have counted the portholes. We have seen the fire damage. We have watched the rescue fail, but there is one more piece of physical proof that lies in the mud, a piece of the ship that shouldn't be there, or rather, a piece that has the wrong ID number. We spoke of the switch. We spoke of the propeller, but we must look closer. We must go down to the very bottom. In our next chapter, we will swim through the darkness to the stern of the wreck. We will wipe away the mud from the bronze blade of the propeller. We will read the number that proves the identity of the victim, 401. Does it belong to the Titanic or the Olympic? The delay is over. The investigation begins. Rest now. The boats are away. The music has faded. Good night. Deep in the crushing darkness of the North Atlantic, 2.5 miles down, lies a piece of evidence that cannot lie. It is not made of paper that can be burned. It is not a testimony that can be silenced. It is a massive, three-bladed object made of solid bronze. The propeller. For decades, the defenders of the official history have pointed to this propeller as the ultimate proof that the ship on the ocean floor is the Titanic. They point to the number stamped into the metal. 401, they say. See? 401 was the Titanic's yard number. Case closed. But they are looking at the evidence upside down. In the world of forensic engineering, finding the correct part often proves the crime. You see, the Titanic's older sister, the Olympic, had damaged her own propeller shaft in a collision just weeks before the disaster. She needed a replacement immediately, and there was only one place to get a propeller of that size on such short notice, from the ship sitting next to her in the dry dock, the Titanic. They stripped the new ship to fix the old ship. They took the propeller marked 401 and bolted it onto the ship marked 400. So when we find propeller 401 at the bottom of the sea, it does not prove the ship is the Titanic. It proves the ship is the Frankenstein monster they created, the Olympic, sailing to her death with her sister's stolen limbs. This is the truth the king buried. Now. Let the heavy silt of the ocean floor settle. Let the pressure lift from your chest. We are leaving the courtroom of history and entering the silent cathedral of the deep. The water here is blacker than night. The silence is absolute, broken only by the slow, rhythmic beating of your own heart. You are safe. You are drifting weightless in the current, watching the particles of marine snow fall like dust in an abandoned library. We are going to descend. Down past the deck. Down past the hull. to the very bottom of the mystery, to understand the story of the propeller. We must first appreciate the miracle of its survival. The Titanic wreck is a place of decay. The steel hull is being eaten by iron-loving bacteria. The rusticles, those orange icicles of rust, hang from every railing. The wood has been dissolved by the sea. The fabric is gone, but bronze ... Bronze is different. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin. It is noble. It resists the salt. It resists the time. While the rest of the ship is turning to dust, the propellers remain. They shine in the light of the submersible's lamps. They look as gold and pristine as the day they were cast in the foundries of Belfast. Imagine the camera of the robot explorer gliding over the mud. It moves past the twisted steel of the stern section. The stern was torn apart when the ship broke in two. It hit the seafloor with the force of a car crash. It is a mangled wreck, but sticking out of the sediment, like a tombstone, is the starboard wing propeller. The camera zooms in. The light catches the curve of the blade. And there, stamped into the metal, are the numbers 40-1 for years. This image has been used to shut down the conspiracy. The Olympic was hull number 400, the historians say. The Titanic was hull number 401. The propeller says 401. Therefore, the ship is the Titanic. The switch is a myth. It seems logical. It seems simple, but history is rarely simple. And corporate greed is never straight ... to understand why 401 is actually the smoking gun of the switch. We must travel back to the shipyard. We must go back to the noise and the heat of Harland and Wolff in 1911. The Olympic was the first sister. She was hull 400, the Titanic was the second. She was hull 401. Every part of the ship was stamped with these numbers. The frames, the beams, the anchors, and the propellers, but ships are machines. And machines break. In September 1911, the Olympic 400 was involved in the catastrophic collision with the HMS Hawke. We have spoken of this. The hole in the side, the bent keel, but there was other damage. The impact of the warship thrashed the Olympic around. It twisted her starboard propeller shaft. It damaged the blades. When the Olympic limped back to Belfast for repairs, she was a cripple. She needed a new propeller shaft. She needed new blades, but casting a propeller of that size takes months. You have to make the mold. You have to pour the molten bronze. You have to let it cool. You have to machine it. The White Star Line did not have months. J.P. Morgan was losing money every day the Olympic sat in the dock. He wanted her back in service now. So the engineers looked at the slipway next door. There sat the Titanic 401. She was still under construction. She wasn't scheduled to sail for 6 months. Her propellers were brand new. Her shaft was ready. The decision was made. It was a decision of cannibalization. Take the shaft from the 401, the foreman would have ordered. Take the blades from the 401, put them on the 400. It was a standard practice in shipyards. If you have two identical cars and one has a flat tire, you take the tire from the other one to keep moving. So the workers unbolted the massive bronze blades stamped 401 from the skeleton of the Titanic. They carried them across the yard. They bolted them onto the damaged Olympic. Now, the Olympic, hull 400, was sailing with Titanic, hull 401. Parts. This is the crucial pivot point if the swap happened after this repair. If the damaged Olympic, now wearing Titanic parts, was disguised to look like the new ship. Then the ship that sailed to New York would be a mix of numbers. It would be the Olympic body with Titanic propellers. So finding a propeller marked 401 on the ocean floor does not disprove the switch. In fact, it supports the timeline of the repair. If the ship at the bottom were the real Titanic, it should have had a new set of propellers made to replace the ones stolen for the sister. Or it would have the 401 propellers only if the swap never happened. But given the evidence of the portholes, 16 verses 14, and the evidence of the fire, the propeller becomes part of the disguise. It is a detail that hides in plain sight. Let us drift closer to the wreck. The propeller is massive. It weighs 38 tons. It is buried deep in the mud. We can only see one blade clearly. What if we could dig it out? What if we could see the hub? There are rumors, whispers among the deep sea community that other numbers have been seen on the wreck. Some claim to have seen the number 400 on certain hull plates that were exposed by the disintegration of the paint. But the propeller is the star. Witness because it is the only thing that shines. Think of the irony. The builders stamped that number to identify the part, to ensure it went to the right ship, but in the chaos of corporate desperation, the parts became interchangeable. The identity of the ships became fluid. The Olympic became a vampire, feeding on the blood of her younger sister to stay alive. She took her name. She took her paint. As she took her wings, the propeller blade resting in the mud is a stolen wing. There is a concept in philosophy called the ship of Theseus. If you replace every plank of wood in a ship, is it still the same ship? The vessel that lies on the ocean floor is a ship of Theseus. It has the hull of the Olympic. It has the propellers of the Titanic. It has the nameplate of the Titanic. It has the lifeboats of, well, that is another mystery, but it carried the soul of a victim. Imagine the vibration of that propeller when the ship left Southampton. That bronze blade was spinning at 75 revolutions per minute. It was churning the water, pushing the massive steel island toward its doom. Did it feel different? Survivors mentioned a vibration. The ship trembled, they said. It wasn't as smooth as they promised. The Olympic was known to be a vibrator. She had a rattle. If the ship was the Olympic, even with new propellers, the frame was still bent. The keel was still twisted from the Hawk collision. No amount of new bronze could fix a broken spine. So the ship shook. It shuddered as it plowed through the Atlantic swell. The propeller was fighting against a hull that wasn't straight. And finally, when the engine stopped, when the iceberg had done its work, the propeller slowed down. Whoosh. 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 Silence. The blade stopped in the vertical position. It hung there in the black water as the ship tilted. It rose out of the sea. Survivors in the lifeboats saw it. They described the massive propellers lifting out of the water, silhouetted against the stars like the wheels of a giant chariot, and then it slid back down. Down into the abyss. It hit the bottom with such force that it buried itself, and there. Waits, but the propeller is not the only artifact that tells a confused story. Divers have found items that don't belong. They have found paneling carved in styles that were specific to the Olympic. They have found tiles that match the Olympic's color scheme. And then there is the name itself. In recent years, high-resolution sonar and 3D modeling have examined the bow of the wreck. The place where the name Titanic was painted, the paint has dissolved. The rust is taking over, but underneath the rust, looking at the pattern of the raised iron letters, Some researchers claim to see the ghostly outline of an M and a P, O, L, Y, P, I, C. The letters were riveted on, then removed or painted over. But the shadow of the rivets remains, like a scar that reveals an old wound. The steel remembers its true name. The Propeller 401 is just a distraction. It is the correct part on the wrong ship. It is the perfect cover. Look at the propeller, they shout. Don't look at the portholes. Don't look at the nameplate. Just look at the shiny bronze number. It is a magician's trick, misdirection, and J.P. Morgan was the greatest magician of his age. Instruction, voice, tone, melancholy, poetic. The emotional weight of the evidence. As you lie in the dark, visualize that bronze blade. It is cold. It is lonely, creatures of the deep, blind crabs. White shrimp crawl over the number 401. They do not know what it means. They do not know that this number represents a fortune in insurance money. They do not know it represents a betrayal. To them, it is just a rock. But to us, it is a key. If we accept that the propeller was swapped, the whole story unlocks. The crash of the Hawk becomes the motive. The swap becomes the method. The propeller becomes the mechanism. The iceberg becomes the weapon. And the insurance policy becomes the reward. It is a chain of iron and gold. And the passengers? They were the audience. They paid for their tickets to see a magic show, not realizing that the finale was their own. Disappearance. The wrong propeller is a symbol of the industrial hubris that defined the era. They thought they could cheat the sea. They thought they could cheat the truth. They thought that if they just changed the parts, swapped the labels, and painted over the cracks, nature wouldn't notice, but nature always notices. The ocean accepted the sacrifice, but it preserved the evidence. It kept the propeller shiny as if to say, here, look at this. Remember what they did. The dive lights are fading now. The submersible is rising. We leave the propeller in the mud. We leave the number 401 to its eternal vigil. The water pressure is immense. It holds the secret down, but the bubbles are rising to the surface, though we have explored the ship. We have explored the motive. We have explored the means, but there is one final piece of the puzzle. The culmination of the conspiracy, if the ship was sunk on purpose. If the rivals were murdered, if the insurance was collected. But next, the world changed. The men who stayed on land, Morgan Ismay. The bankers, they built a new world order on the grave of the Titanic. In our final chapter, we will look at the aftermath. We will look at the assassination of the rivals not just as a tragedy, but as the birth of the Federal Reserve. We will connect the sinking ship to the dollar bill in your pocket. The propeller stopped turning so that the printing presses could start. Rest now. The deep is quiet. The bronze is still. Good night. It is the greatest murder mystery of the 20th century. And the bodies were never investigated because they were at the bottom of the Atlantic. We are taught that the Titanic was a tragedy of nature, an accident of ice and steel. But look closely at the passenger list, and you will see a pattern that is too precise to be a coincidence. On board that ship were the three wealthiest men in America: John Jacob Astor, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim. These three men had one thing in common. They were the most powerful enemies of the proposed Federal Reserve Bank they possessed. The wealth and the political influence to stop J.P. Morgan's plan to privatize the American currency. Morgan invited them onto the ship. He encouraged them to sail. And then, at the last moment, Morgan canceled his own ticket. He stayed on land. They sailed into the trap. When the ship went down, the opposition to the central bank drowned with it. 18 months later, with his rivals dead and buried, the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law. The money in your pocket today exists because those three men were silenced in the cold water of 1912. It wasn't an accident. It was an assassination. This is the truth the king buried ... now ... Let the political storm settle. Let the anger of the history books fade into the quiet, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock. We are stepping into the private library of the past. The fire is dying down in the hearth. The heavy velvet curtains are drawn against the night. The air smells of old leather, cigar smoke, and the dust of secrets. You are safe here. We are merely observers, watching the shadows of giants move across the wall. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down. We are going to sit at the table where the future of the world was decided. To understand the magnitude of this event, we must understand the men who died. John Jacob Astor IV, Isidor Straus, Benjamin Guggenheim. These were not just rich men. They were the kings of the Gilded Age. Astor was the wealthiest man on the planet. He owned so much of New York real estate that he was practically the landlord of the city. He was an inventor, a writer, a visionary. Straus was the owner of Macy's, the largest department store in the world. He was a man of immense retail power and a former congressman. Guggenheim was the heir to a mining empire that spanned the globe. In 1912, the United States was at a crossroads. The banking elite led by J.P. Morgan and the Rockefellers wanted to create a central bank. They wanted a private institution that could control the money supply, print currency, and loan it to the government at interest. It was a plan for ultimate financial control, but Astor, Straus, and Guggenheim stood in the way. History books are vague on their specific opposition, but the theory suggests they believed a central bank would destroy American liberty. They believed it would enslave the nation to debt. Astor, with his boundless fortune, could have funded a political campaign to block the legislation. He was the one man with enough money to say no to J.P. Morgan. So the chessboard was set. Morgan, through his White Star Line, built the Titanic. It was the ship of dreams, a floating palace designed to attract exactly the kind of men who appreciated the finest things in life. It was the perfect lure. Come, the invitation seemed to say. Sail on the maiden voyage. Be part of history. And they accepted. They walked up the gangplank in Southampton, followed by their valets, their maids, and their trunks full of evening wear. They walked into a golden cage. Imagine them on the ship. The first-class smoking room, the mahogany walls inlaid with mother of pearl, the stained glass windows depicting shipping scenes. Astor sits in a leather armchair, nursing a brandy. Guggenheim is nearby, discussing the stock market. Straus is walking the deck with his wife, Ida. They felt safe. They were the masters of the universe. The ship was unsinkable. They didn't know that the man who built the cage Morgan was sitting in a hotel room in France, watching the clock. The trap was not just the ice. The trap was the isolation. On land, Astor had lawyers. He had guards. He had influence. On the ocean, 10 miles from help, he had nothing. He was just a passenger. The roots of this assassination go back 2 years earlier, to 1910. There was a secret meeting on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. A group of bankers, associates of Morgan and Rockefeller, traveled there in secret. They used code names. They hunted ducks by day and drafted the Federal Reserve Act by night. They knew that to pass this act, they needed to remove the obstacles. Was the Titanic planned then? Was the switch with the Olympic already in motion? It is a chilling thought. A conspiracy that spans years, culminating in a single night of freezing terror when the iceberg struck. The trap snapped shut, but even then the men didn't panic. They were titans. They were used to being in control. Astor was told the ship had hit ice. He went to investigate. He reportedly cut open a life belt to show his wife what was inside. He was calm. He asked the steward, "How bad is it?" The steward might have lied. Or maybe the steward didn't know, but as the tilt increased, the reality set in. The lifeboats were being lowered. And as we explored in the previous chapter, they were being delayed. They were leaving half empty. Astor asked to join his wife in a lifeboat. "I am in delicate health," she might have said. She was pregnant. The officer looked at Astor, the richest man in the world, and said, "No, sir. Women and children only." Astor stepped back. He asked for the number of the boat so he could find her later. He lit a cigarette. He stood on the deck and watched her disappear into the dark. He had millions of dollars in the bank. He had gold in his cabin, but he couldn't buy a seat in a wooden boat. Benjamin Guggenheim realized the end was coming. He went to his cabin. He took off his life belt and his sweater. He put on his evening tailcoat and his white tie. He returned to the deck and said the famous words, "We are dressed in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." Isidor Straus refused to leave his wife. Ida Straus refused to leave her husband. "Where you go, I go," she said. They sat on a pair of deck chairs, holding hands, waiting for the water. 3 obstacles. 3 deaths. The ship sank at 2:20 a.m. Astor's body was recovered days later. He was identified by the initials on his collar and the massive amount of cash in his pocket. His face was crushed, leading to rumors he had been struck by a falling funnel. Guggenheim and Straus were never found. The ocean kept them. The news hit New York like a bomb. Astor dead? But while the public mourned, the bankers moved. With the 3 main opponents gone, the path was clear. There was no one left with the financial weight to challenge the Jekyll Island plan. The political opposition was leaderless, the media often controlled by the same. Banking interests shifted the narrative. The Titanic was a tragedy, yes, but it was also a distraction. While the world was obsessed with the inquiry, the icebergs, and the hero stories, the legislation was moving through Congress. December 23, 1930, the Federal Reserve Act was passed. It was 2 days before Christmas. Many congressmen had already gone home for the holidays. It was pushed through in the quiet of winter. President Woodrow Wilson signed it into law. The central bank was born. The private control of the American dollar was J.P. Morgan. Didn't live to see the final signature. He died in March 1913, but his legacy was cemented. His trust, his partners, his system had won. The Titanic was the sacrifice required to build the temple of modern finance. As you lie there, think about the dollar bill. It is a piece of paper, but it represents debt. It represents a system where money is created by a private bank, loaned to the government, and paid for by the taxpayer. This system was fought against by the Founding Fathers. It was fought against by Andrew Jackson. And it was fought against by John Jacob Astor. Astor lost. The ice won. The bankers won. Is it a coincidence? Statisticians tell us that coincidences of this magnitude are rare. What are the odds that the three most powerful rivals of the owner would all be on the same ship, on the same voyage, and all die, while the owner himself canceled at the last minute? What are the odds that the ship would have no binoculars, that the rescue ship would stand still, that the lifeboats would be delayed? It is a constellation of bad luck that aligns perfectly to form a picture of intent. If you look at history as a crime scene, the Titanic is the weapon, and the motive is absolute power. Let the image of the men fade. Astor standing by the railing, the smoke of his cigarette mingling with the steam of the dying ship. Guggenheim fixing his cufflinks, facing the abyss with dignity. Strauss holding his wife's hand. Calm in the face of the inevitable, they were the last guard of the old world. When they sank, the Gilded Age sank with them. The era of the individual tycoon ended. The era of the corporate banking cartel began. The water closed over their heads. The screams faded. The silence returned, and in that silence, the modern world was born, the Olympic disguised as the Titanic carried their ghosts for 20 years. Every time it sailed, it was a monument to the crime. But the ocean is deep. It hides its secrets well. The propeller lies in the mud. The portholes are dark. The bones are gone, but the Federal Reserve stands. The story of the Titanic is not just a story of a ship. It is a story of the world we live in today. We have traveled from the shipyard in Belfast to the smoking room of the doomed vessel. We have seen the switch. We have felt the fire. We have counted the portholes. We have witnessed the assassination. The circle is complete. The king buried the truth. But the truth floats. It rises in the bubbles. It whispers in the currents, as you drift into sleep. Let the ship go. Let it rest. The mystery is solved. The ghosts are at peace. The water is warm now. The darkness is comforting. Sleep. Good night. Silence is expensive. But in 1912, the White Star Line had enough money to buy a century of it. After the ship went down, after the screams faded, a heavy curtain was pulled across the stage of history. It was a curtain woven from paid settlements, destroyed documents, and intimidated witnesses. The survivors were given a pittance, a few dollars for a lost husband, a few pounds for a drowned child on the condition that they never sue, never speak, and never question the official narrative. The crew members who knew about the fire in Bunker 6 were scattered to the winds, sent to work on ships in the furthest corners of the empire so they could never talk to each other again. The officers who survived were promoted, bought with golden handcuffs. And the ship itself? The sister ship, the Olympic, the vessel that carried the true identity of the crime, was kept in constant motion, sailing back and forth across the Atlantic like a nervous criminal who cannot stand still. For 23 years, she carried the secret in her steel bones. And when she was finally scrapped, when the metal was cut apart in a dark yard in Scotland, the workers claimed they saw the ghost of the name Titanic emerging from under the paint on her hull. The king buried the truth, but rust always reveals the lie. This is the truth the king buried, now, Let the final page turn. The book is closing. The library is dimming. The fire is just a bed of glowing coals, warm and deep. The storm outside has passed. The ocean is flat and calm, a mirror reflecting the infinite stars. You are safe here. We have traveled a long way together, through the fire and the ice. Now we rest. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down. We are going to stand on the shore of time and watch the ship sail away into the mist. The aftermath of a tragedy is usually noise, sirens, gavoles, shouting, but the aftermath of the Titanic was a strange, Suffocating blanket of quiet. In the weeks following the disaster, 2 inquiries were held. One in America and one in England. The British inquiry, led by Lord Mersey, was a masterpiece of theater. It was designed not to find the truth, but to protect the reputation of the British merchant fleet. Germany was rising. The seas were contested. The British Empire could not afford to look incompetent. They could not afford to admit that their greatest ship was a fraud, a fire trap, or a murder weapon. So the questions were soft. The answers were rehearsed. When the lookouts mentioned the missing binoculars, the inquiry moved on. When the firemen mentioned the burning bunker, they were told it was normal. When the Californian incident was raised, Captain Lord was made the scapegoat. Distracting everyone from the structural failures of the ship itself, the verdict was accidental sinking due to excessive speed. No conspiracy. No switch, no insurance fraud. J. Bruce Ismay, the man who survived, was destroyed by the press. He was called J. Brute Ismay. He retreated into solitude in Ireland. He never spoke of the Titanic again. He died a ghost in his own house, but the White Star Line survived. They collected the insurance money. $5 million. They paid the victims' families a total of $664,000. Think about that math. They made a profit of over $4 million on the death of 1,500 people. The silence was profitable, but what of the ship that lived? The Olympic dock, if the theory is true. If the ship that survived was actually the Titanic, the newer, stronger ship disguised as the older one, then she lived a charmed life. She sailed until 1935. She was nicknamed Old Reliable. She carried hundreds of thousands of passengers. She carried troops to the Great War. In a strange twist of irony, she actually sank a German submarine. She rammed it. The only merchant ship in WWI to sink an enemy vessel. Was this the Titanic's revenge? Was the spirit of the ship fighting back? But she was always haunted. Crew members reported strange sounds on the Olympic. Areas of the ship that felt cold. And there was the paint. The White Star Line was obsessive about painting the Olympic. They painted her hull constantly. Layer after layer of black and white. Why? To hide the name stamped into the steel? To keep the letters TIT and IC from bleeding through? In 1935, the end came. The Great Depression had killed the ocean liner trade. The Olympic was sold for scrap. She was taken to Jarrow in Scotland. It is a somber image. The giant Leviathan, stripped of her dignity, waiting for the torches. As the workers cut into the hull, peeling back the layers of paint that had accumulated for 20 years. A legend was born. They said that under the name Olympic, they could see the faint, ghostly outline of the letters Titanic etched into the steel plate. The ship was confessing at the very end. The wood paneling from the Olympic, the beautiful carved oak, was sold off. You can find it today in the White Swan Hotel in Alnwick, England. You can eat dinner surrounded by the walls that witnessed the conspiracy. If those walls could speak, they would tell us about the switch. They would tell us about the night the nameplates were changed, but they remained silent. Wood holds its secrets. The White Star Line itself did not survive much longer. In 1934, the British government forced a merger. The White Star Line was forced to merge with its arch-rival, Cunard. It was a humiliation. The company that J.P. Morgan had built, the company that owned the Titanic, was swallowed whole. The archives were merged, and in the process, thousands of documents were lost. Manifests, cargo logs, repair orders for the Olympic. They went into the furnace, Cunard White Star eventually just became Cunard. The White Star disappeared from the ocean. The red burgee flag with the white star was lowered for the last time. The silence was institutionalized. For 50 years, the Titanic was just a memory, a story told to children. The unsinkable ship, the wreckage lay undisturbed. The darkness protected ITJP Morgan's bank grew. The Federal Reserve printed money. The world fought 2 wars, and the ship slept. It wasn't until 1985 that the silence was broken. Dr. Robert Ballard. The submersible Argo, when the camera passed over the mud and the first boiler came into view. The world held its breath, but even then, the ship kept its secrets. The bow was buried deep in the mud, hiding the name. The stern was mangled. But the propeller, as we know, was waiting. So, where does that leave us? We have looked at the pieces of the puzzle. The ambition of J.P. Morgan, the damage to the Olympic, the switch of the ships, the fire in the bunker, the canceled ticket, the missing binoculars, the stopped rescue ship, the assassination of the rivals, the wrong propeller. Any one of these could be a coincidence, but all of them together? They form a mosaic of intent. It is a story of the modern world. A story that tells us that history is not always what we are taught in school. History is written by the victors. And the victors were the men who stayed on land. The losers were the ones in the Christmas. Many congressmen had already gone home for the holidays. It was pushed through in the quiet of winter. President Woodrow Wilson signed it into law. The central bank was born. The private control of the American dollar was J.P. Morgan. Didn't live to see the final signature. He died in March 1913, but his legacy was cemented. His trust, his partners, his system had won. The Titanic was the sacrifice required to build the temple of modern finance. As you lie there, think about the dollar bill. It is a piece of paper, but it represents debt. It represents a system where money is created by a private bank, loaned to the government, and paid for by the taxpayer. This system was fought against by the Founding Fathers. It was fought against by Andrew Jackson. And it was fought against by John Jacob Astor. Astor lost. The ice won. The bankers won. Is it a coincidence? Statisticians tell us that coincidences of this magnitude are rare. What are the odds that the 3 most powerful rivals of the owner would all be on the same ship, on the same voyage, and all die, while the owner himself canceled at the last minute? What are the odds that the ship would have no binoculars? That the rescue ship would stand still? That the lifeboats would be delayed? It is a constellation of bad luck that aligns perfectly to form a picture of intent. If you look at history as a crime scene, the Titanic is the weapon, and the motive is absolute power. Let the image of the men fade. Astor standing by the railing, the smoke of his cigarette mingling with the steam of the dying ship. Guggenheim fixing his cufflinks, facing the abyss with dignity. Strauss holding his wife's hand. Calm in the face of the inevitable, they were the last guard of the old world. When they sank, the Gilded Age sank with them. The era of the individual tycoon ended. The era of the corporate banking cartel began. The water closed over their heads. The screams faded. The silence returned, and in that silence, the modern world was born. The Olympic disguised as the Titanic carried their ghost for 20 years. Every time it sailed, it was a monument to the crime. But the ocean is deep. It hides its secrets well. The propeller lies in the mud. The portholes are dark. The bones are gone, but the Federal Reserve stands. The story of the Titanic is not just a story of a ship. It is a story of the world we live in today. We have traveled from the shipyard in Belfast to the smoking room of the doomed vessel. We have seen the switch. We have felt the fire. We have counted the portholes. We have witnessed the assassination. The circle is complete. The king buried the truth. But the truth floats. It rises in the bubbles. It whispers in the currents, as you drift into sleep. Let the ship go. Let it rest. The mystery is solved. The ghosts are at peace. The water is warm now. The darkness is comforting. Sleep. Good night. Silence is expensive. But in 1912, the White Star Line had enough money to buy a century of it. After the ship went down, after the screams faded, a heavy curtain was pulled across the stage of history. It was a curtain woven from paid settlements, destroyed documents, and intimidated witnesses. The survivors were given a pittance, a few dollars for a lost husband, a few pounds for a drowned child on the condition that they never sue, never speak, and never question the official narrative. The crew members who knew about the fire in Bunker 6 were scattered to the winds, sent to work on ships in the furthest corners of the empire so they could never talk to each other again. The officers who survived were promoted, bought with golden handcuffs. And the ship itself? The sister ship, the Olympic, the vessel that carried the true identity of the crime, was kept in constant motion, sailing back and forth across the Atlantic like a nervous criminal who cannot stand still. For 23 years, she carried the secret in her steel bones. And when she was finally scrapped, when the metal was cut apart in a dark yard in Scotland, the workers claimed they saw the ghost of the name Titanic emerging from under the paint on her hull. The king buried the truth, but rust always reveals the lie. This is the truth the king buried, now, Let the final page turn. The book is closing. The library is dimming. The fire is just a bed of glowing coals, warm and deep. The storm outside has passed. The ocean is flat and calm, a mirror reflecting the infinite stars. You are safe here. We have traveled a long way together, through the fire and the ice. Now we rest. Close your eyes. Let your breathing slow down. We are going to stand on the shore of time and watch the ship sail away into the mist. The aftermath of a tragedy is usually noise, sirens, gavels, shouting, but the aftermath of the Titanic was a strange, suffocating blanket of quiet. In the weeks following the disaster, 2 inquiries were held. One in America and one in England. The British inquiry, led by Lord Mersey, was a masterpiece of theater. It was designed not to find the truth, but to protect the reputation of the British merchant fleet. Germany was rising. The seas were contested. The British Empire could not afford to look incompetent. They could not afford to admit that their greatest ship was a fraud, a fire trap, or a murder weapon. So the questions were soft. The answers were rehearsed. When the lookouts mentioned the missing binoculars, the inquiry moved on. When the firemen mentioned the burning bunker, they were told it was normal. When the Californian incident was raised, Captain Lord was made the scapegoat, distracting everyone from the structural failures of the ship itself. The verdict was accidental sinking due to excessive speed. No conspiracy, no switch, no insurance fraud. J. Bruce Ismay, the man who survived, was destroyed by the press. He was called J. Brute Ismay. He retreated into solitude in Ireland. He never spoke of the Titanic again. He died a ghost in his own house, but the White Star Line survived. They collected the insurance money. $5 million. They paid the victims' families a total of $664,000. Think about that math. They made a profit of over $4 million on the death of 1,500 people. The silence was profitable, but what of the ship that lived? The Olympic dock, if the theory is true. If the ship that survived was actually the Titanic, the newer, stronger ship disguised as the older one, then she lived a charmed life. She sailed until 1935. She was nicknamed Old Reliable. She carried hundreds of thousands of passengers. She carried troops to the Great War. In a strange twist of irony, she actually sank a German submarine. She rammed it. The only merchant ship in WWI to sink an enemy vessel. Was this the Titanic's revenge? Was the spirit of the ship fighting back? But she was always haunted. Crew members reported strange sounds on the Olympic. Areas of the ship that felt cold. And there was the paint. The White Star Line was obsessive about painting the Olympic. They painted her hull constantly. Layer after layer of black and white. Why? To hide the name stamped into the steel? To keep the letters TIT and IC from bleeding through? In 1935, the end came. The Great Depression had killed the ocean liner trade. The Olympic was sold for scrap. She was taken to Jarrow in Scotland. It is a somber image. The giant Leviathan, stripped of her dignity, waiting for the torches. As the workers cut into the hull, peeling back the layers of paint that had accumulated for 20 years. A legend was born. They said that under the name Olympic, they could see the faint, ghostly outline of the letters Titanic etched into the steel plate. The ship was confessing at the very end. The wood paneling from the Olympic, the beautiful carved oak, was sold off. You can find it today in the White Swan Hotel in Alnwick, England. You can eat dinner surrounded by the walls that witnessed the conspiracy. If those walls could speak, they would tell us about the switch. They would tell us about the night the nameplates were changed, but they remained silent. Wood holds its secrets. The White Star Line itself did not survive much longer. In 1934, the British government forced a merger. The White Star Line was forced to merge with its arch-rival, Cunard. It was a humiliation. The company that J.P. Morgan had built, the company that owned the Titanic, was swallowed whole. The archives were merged, and in the process, thousands of documents were lost. Manifests, cargo logs, repair orders for the Olympic. They went into the furnace. Cunard White Star eventually just became Cunard. The White Star disappeared from the ocean. The red burgee flag with the White Star was lowered for the last time. The silence was institutionalized. For 50 years, the Titanic was just a memory, a story told to children. The unsinkable ship, the wreckage lay undisturbed. The darkness protected ITJP Morgan's bank grew. The Federal Reserve printed money. The world fought 2 wars, and the ship slept. It wasn't until 1985 that the silence was broken. Dr. Robert Ballard, the submersible Argo, when the camera passed over the mud and the first boiler came into view, the world held its breath. But even then, the ship kept its secrets. The bow was buried deep in the mud, hiding the name. The stern was mangled. But the propeller, as we know, was waiting. So, where does that leave us? We have looked at the pieces of the puzzle. The ambition of J.P. Morgan, the damage to the Olympic, the switch of the ships, the fire in the bunker, the canceled ticket, the missing binoculars, the stopped rescue ship, the assassination of the rivals, the wrong propeller. Any one of these could be a coincidence, but all of them together? They form a mosaic of intent. It is a story of the modern world. A story that tells us that history is not always what we are taught in school. History is written by the victors. And the victors were the men who stayed on land. The losers were the ones in the water. But tonight we have given them a voice. We have looked at the evidence they left behind. We have listened to the whispers of the steel. The king buried the truth. But the ocean is a patient gardener. It keeps the truth safe until we are ready to find it. The story is told. The file is closed. The Titanic rests. The Olympic rests. The men and women who lived and died in 1912 are at peace. And you are safe. The worries of your world are far away. They are as distant as the events of that cold April night. You are drifting on a calm sea. The water is warm. The sky is full of stars. There is no ice here. There is only the gentle rocking of the waves. Inhale, the peace of the ocean. Exhale, the dust of the past. The ship sails on in your dreams, beautiful and whole. The lights are blazing. The music is playing. And it never sinks. In your dreams, they all arrive safely. Rest now. Deep, dreamless sleep. Good night.